How about a live streamer that has a separate fund that they promise to only spend on food, housing, and healthcare? Okay, for one, everyone should more or less have that. It should be like to use a governmental budgeting term, right? It should be your like your mandatory spending. Secondly, I don't have healthcare. So if anything, I've allotted like $600 a month extra that I spend on Trader Joe's protein bars. The Bear Bells? Anyone else Bear Bell head? The Bear Bell protein bars? The ones that are cheaper in store than you can get them on Amazon, which is a good way of incentivizing you to go to Trader Joe's, so I guess it's good business. Any Bear Bellers? Bear Bellers in chat? They're very good. Not a sponsored stream. I like the Cliff Bars. You and I aren't the same kind of person. I think we can coexist. I think the world is wide enough for us both, but there needs to be some space. Electric toothbrush versus regular toothbrush. Does anyone else feel like you should stick to the regular because of the swole pump you get by brushing your teeth? If you're brushing your teeth vigorously, you know, like giving it a proper, I don't mean like you bite down on the bristles and like lazily drag it across your teeth. I'm talking like you're getting a solid shoulder workout in your right arm or your left arm if you're broken. I feel like I should be I should be left-handed because left-handed people are creatives and they're homosexuals. I don't know what it says about me that I'm not, honestly. Your camera's off? Yeah. I'm aware, thank you. I do have OBS Studio up on my screen. I can see it. I find electric can't reach my molars well. It also just feels a little more gross to me when you have like when you get like an electric device dirty with your spit and like toothpaste residue and such. You know, like versus a regular brush. Do you know what I mean? Like it feels like it's more dirty somehow. Like the grime is sunk into a deeper crevice. You clean it though? Yeah, of course you clean it. I'm not talking about like an actual safety hazard or health hazard or anything. I'm talking about like a perceptual thing. You know what I mean? I just think there's no need to power wash your teeth. Well, they say that flossing is the more important one, but I don't know if they're being truthful when they say that. Do you think they're just saying that to, like, really stress the importance of flossing? Like, do you think flossing and brushing are, like, basically equally important, but the dentists are like, okay, if we say that, then people are gonna brush, and then they're gonna think, like, oh, I don't need to floss because I already brushed, right? So we have to say flossing is actually, like, we have to lie, you know? No, it's more important gum disease comes from not flossing. I haven't flossed in years, man. Don't they say flossing isn't important now? I don't fucking know. Have you read up on the replicability crisis? Do you have any idea how bad it is? Sorry, there we go. Just putting my dick and balls back in. Oh, speaking of, I got hit with a deific. I got hit with a sign from above today. I was taking a piss in the morning, as one often does, right? You know, aiming dead center, perfectly square, and I look down, and my meat and tackle are glowing, and I'm like, "What's going on?" It lasts a quarter of a second. I realize, and this hasn't happened before, the light from the window behind me is streaming perfectly down so that it doesn't hit the toilet rim or anything. There's just a single ray of it hitting like my balls. So it doesn't look like my dick and balls are bathed in sunlight. It just looks like they're glowing, like from behind. I couldn't believe, no, genuinely, right? It's too stupid for me to make up. I've never seen that before. And of course the illusion lasted but a moment, but like it was magical when I saw it. It's very strange. That's lovely, telomeres. Does this mean you're abandoning Reddit atheism and converting? I'll consider it, but I haven't decided on a religion. Innocence of market socialism. Fuck, I gotta replay that. Oh, man. Swedish police have concluded that the school shooter you talked about back in February, the one who allegedly shouted, "Get out of Europe," wasn't racist and actually just wanted to kill himself? Okay, okay. Gotcha, of course. Obviously. Reasonable to assume the Swedish police probably have a lot of the same ideological dispositions as American police. Pardon me for being partisan on this, but like, Jesus Christ, get out of Europe? Just an apolitical statement, you know? Maybe the guy wanted to get himself out of Europe. That's your, do you think that's the official police explanation? Get out of Europe, your kind don't belong here. And he's like talking to himself while he mows down a bunch of brown people. It's gotta be. It's, oh, I have to hit the button. I didn't hit the button. I hit the button. Whatever, man. Joe Rogan is just Nazi posting now. Yeah. A bunch of conservative figures are doing this because, like, obviously being a conservative for years now has meant at the very least flirting with Nazism. Like, it's impossible to be a conservative figure online and not be aware of the fact that a significant portion of your audience is Nazis. They love the it's the same thing that happened with January 6th, where like initially there's disapproval, right? When Kanye started openly becoming a Nazi rather than him just being like a pro-white supremacist MAGA type, initially there was a bunch of disavowal, but obviously they were always going to like reintegrate him, right? I've seen it. It's the same thing. All the same people have been saying it. I saw a clip on Asmongold saying it. I saw I'm sure it's all of them. I can't even remember these people's names now. They all look the same to me. They're doing it as like a anti-cancel culture anthem because it's like the logical conclusion of that argument being taken like all the way far down. Like it's the jokes that we've made for years, but made manifest, right? Like a guy just openly saying Heil Hitler, Heil, he loves Hitler or whatever. Like that's anti-cancel culture. It's bold and daring, you know? Because a lot of the people who are celebrating Kanye's song here are the same people accusing the left of being anti-Semitic for not supporting Israel. So it's yeah, you know how it be. You know how it be. Life is stranger than fiction. I mean, this is literally always what the Nazis have done, right? Believe something bad and indefensible, but because it's bad and indefensible, when you say you believe it, you're committing to a position so ludicrous that it gives itself plausible deniability. So all the other people who want to like clout farm off of you, the people who want to like ride the wave of messaging, the people who want to benefit from the attention, the exposure, they can say like, oh, well, I don't support the unironic meaning of the song. I just support the you know, like the fact that the mainstream media won't let it play on radio or something, or fucking whatever. What are you supposed to say, dude? It's an album where he talks about fucking his cousin, and it's called Cuck, right? That's the name. It's that one. It's not the other album. It's called Cuck. There aren't many jokes you can make about Nazis that they don't already make about themselves. Joe Rogan argued against tech platforms banning Kanye West's latest song praising Adolf Hitler, noting that the millions of downloads the kinda catchy tune has racked up on Twitter kinda supports the rapper's... Wait. Millions of downloads the tune has racked up on Twitter? I don't... Is there a feature to Twitter I'm unaware of? kind of supports the rapper's anti-Semitic views that there's a concerted effort by Jewish people to remove him from everything. Gotcha. It's not even a good song? Yeah, but why would that matter to them? It's not like they're listening to it. Like, is that, like none of this has anything to do with their enjoyment of anything. Nazis hate art. They don't care about art. They don't listen. They pretend they listen to Wagner, and then they go back to listening to, like, I don't know, Hololive Nightcore remixes or something. Like, they don't care about anything, right? These are people who, like, on an ideological level, want to die, and they want to punish you for the fact that they feel that way. You can't expect them to provide you with anything, really. Every time you get a glimpse into their lives, it's sickening and pathetic, right? And their attempts, when they do, to defend themselves usually backfire, so for the most part, they don't. And they usually just engage in self-debasement performatively to show that, you know, you can't hurt them. They already know they're pathetic. What are you supposed to do with this? All right, just put the clip in the recording.
If you throw a lot of shit out there, there's some point at which I'm just raising questions is not a valid thing. Mm-hmm. You're not raising questions. You're not asking questions. You're telling people something.
Do you think Daryl's doing that?
I think there's a whole bunch of guys doing that. I think Dave is doing that, very obviously. Dave's a comedian.
What is this?
But he's now mainly talking about Israel.
This isn't even about the. It's not a related clip. It's the ultimate pushing back, Rogan responded. There's a benefit to just letting people talk, Rogan continued. Like, let people say whatever the fuck they want to say, even if it sucks. This is the benefit of Twitter, but this is also the bad part. It's like the fucking song has so many millions of hits on Twitter. This is such an easy way of knowing whether or not a person is a propagandist. If you take views on Twitter seriously, you are knowingly lying. The way views are counted on Twitter includes every view of every quote tweet. So every tweet will have, like, if nothing else, the combined views of all of their quote tweets. So if you tweet, I don't know, the average Kanye West tweet, and it gets 1 million views, but then 10 million people view the quote tweets calling you a Nazi retard, it'll have 11 million views in total. And then people go like, oh my God, 11 million views on the Nazi tweet. It's I can't believe people listen to Rogan, Jesus Christ. Yeah, like 50 billion people, I'm afraid. Spirit of America right here. I can just post stroking my shit to my 0-follower private account, still gets views. Yeah, no, literally, like the people do get views on their posts, even if they're fully privated with no followers. Like, I even tested that back when the feature was released. It's been banned from every platform, but is it good to ban things from platforms, or is it better to let it be out there and let people talk about it? Do you think there's a kind of, like, anachronistic incongruity here, right? To this, like, free marketplace of ideas argument that nobody buys anymore when the right controls everything and they are openly shutting down everyone? Like, going after judges, trying to delist news platforms, threatening broadcasters, like private and public, shutting people down during the White House press conferences and suggesting that they might not get the chance to talk anymore here if they keep talking like that. Like the idea that anything on the right stands for freedom of speech. Richard Spencer gave this game away years ago. He was on a podcast because he's one of those people who, like, thinks he's smart enough to get away with pretending he's different from the average, like, rabble on his side, which is why he grifted over to the left or just stopped pretending or whatever. Which is that, like, they don't actually care about free speech. They only care about free speech, like, as an argument that they can use to justify liberals letting their stuff on. But the thing that doesn't make any sense to me is, like, the liberals aren't in power anymore. You're not arguing against, like, an unsympathetic crowd, you know? If anything, the reason why Kanye West is largely blacklisted and banned isn't because he's a Nazi, because there are Nazis in government now. It's because he's so embarrassingly a Nazi, he gives the right a bad name. There are people who have more or less Kanye West's political views who go to the White House on the daily now. Stephen Miller probably agrees with a lot of the more sane things that Kanye West says. By sane, I mean coherent, not like politically effectual. It has nothing to do with him being a Nazi. It's just that he's embarrassing. Giving him a microphone, giving him a spotlight just makes the right look bad. Also, he's black. Nazis love black people when they're on their side. I mean, is he giving Trump a microphone, making the right look bad? No, I don't know if you noticed, but he won the last election. Genuinely, like ideologically, Kanye West's views aren't even that uncommon. Not his main ones, at least. Like some of the more out there ones. I don't think everyone's fucked their cousin, but you know, it has nothing to do with him being a conservative. It's just a matter of him being embarrassing to the right. I'm sorry, wait, what is the conclusion to this article? As the Hollywood Reporter senior editor Steven Zeitchik observed recently, the world's biggest podcaster is slowly moving from conspiracy curious to a launder of anti-Semitic and anti-scientific ideas right before our eyes. Slowly? Little late in the alarm bells there. Pardon me for being smug, it's just like, Jesus. The conclusion is always Nazis. To cite a person who recently had to leave YouTube, I think, Innuendo Studios, the way the right is structured is so that every layer out from the center, from the core, is made to be the final layer. Every time a person gets red-pilled to the next level of conservatism, they think the entire point of the process was to be brought to where they are now. Everyone further down on the pipeline is a sucker, and the people above them don't exist. So people go from like Reaganite neocon to libertarian, and from libertarian to like, I don't know, civic nationalist, race curious, and then to white nationalist, and then to Nazi. And at every point they're like, yeah, finally, I've reached the real point of conservatism. Everyone else is a rube. I get it now. I'm woke. I'm red pill. Well, they wouldn't say woke, but they're effectively saying they're woke. And Nazism is basically just the final core of the whole process. Kind of just, that's just the end point, really, or something approximating Nazism, at least. No, I heard Innuendo Studios GoFundMe did well. I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to have seen that. Alt-right playbook, how to radicalize a normie. I don't know the title. I haven't watched it in a while, but yeah, something to that effect. Anyway, like Joe Rogan was at some point in the last like 5 or 6 years bought. It probably is a post-COVID thing. A lot of conspiracy curious, anti-scientific content creators, after COVID, realized like, holy shit, this pandemic has either amplified or revealed millions of very mentally ill people who will believe anything that I tell them. Jimmy Dore is probably the most obvious example of a person who before pretended to have some kind of like wide range of principles and then shifted entirely over to COVID conspiracism. But Joe Rogan did much the same thing. And now that the COVID thing just isn't as much of a hot topic anymore, you have the same audience, right? You have an audience of largely stupid and impressionable people who are very susceptible to conspiracism and very susceptible to like right-thinking bias, right? Like reactionary thought. So where do you lead them? Where does right-leaning conspiracism lead? Every time it's the Jews. Every time. Every single time. Because conspiracism is really just following a path of least resistance to the least credulous answer, right? Conspiracism is it's a fault in the thinking process. It directs you towards explanations that take big complicated events and systems and boils them down to simple narratives with good people and bad people, evil and good, you know, like that sort of thing, right? And it just as a consequence of like pure historical inertia, when you get down that road of conspiracism, it just consistently leads you in the same direction. Also, Candace Owens is doing that shit now. She's gone from doing Jewish blood libel to believing space isn't real. absolutely incredible political transformation. Well, keep in mind, she doesn't believe it. She's lying. She's saving as much money as she can, and she's putting it in bank accounts. And when this is all over, she'll go to a country where she won't be arrested for what she's said and done. Joe Rogan, much the same way, right? They're all aware of the fact that they're lying. No, they're not being radicalized along with everyone else. Or if they are, they're doing both. They're being radicalized while also grifting. It's possible to do both. Rarely is a person stupid enough that it's genuinely difficult to tell if they know that they're grifting. But Joe Rogan's not that stupid. I think actually the myth that Joe Rogan is very stupid has really helped him. The idea that, oh, he's just a dumb, impressionable monkey man. No, he's not. He's a very successful businessman. He's literally the most successful podcaster there is, basically. Like, ever. He's not stupid. When he believes dumb stuff, it's because that plays into the biases of his audience. Like, it's not... Like, he is impressionable, but it's not all an act. Yeah, it does. It gives him plausible deniability. Kanye is an example of a person who shifted to the right with no grifting whatsoever. Or at least very little. He's genuinely extremely mentally ill. I've said it before, and I really do mean it. The only way to be a public advocate for conservative beliefs is to be mentally ill or to be a grifter. And Kanye's pretty ill. He's not doing great, you know? What's Elon's excuse? Elon knowingly lies all the time. Remember that quote from one of his, like, senior engineers? Like, Elon tweeted something, some conservative bullshit that was very obviously untrue. And one of his engineers said, only like the 10th percentile of people are going to find this believable. And Elon like gritted his teeth and said, fuck you, in response. Like that. He knows he's lying. He's just also very stupid. Anyway. We're warbling right now. Asperger's was made up and named after a Nazi, so I'm not sure how that's relevant. Isn't Asperger's like girl autism or something? Is that even a real thing anymore? Do people even say that anymore? Is Elon really stupid? Yes, I do believe that Elon is genuinely like subnormal IQ. Like if you put him in school, he would do very poorly. Like basic schooling. I don't think so, but okay. Riveting conversation we just had. Thank you. I saw the Minecraft movie last night. You know what the main thing that I was thinking of throughout was? There were two things. First of all, if this movie was made in the 1980s, it would be sincere and hopeful. But we can't do that anymore because nobody believes in anything. So even like a kid's movie about a kid's game has to be steeped in irony and cynicism. Yeah. Like, I'm thinking like a Jumanji thing or something. Like, if it was made in the 1980s, it would be like a bunch of earnest suburban kids find like a dusty old box in the attic and they open it up and it's like you know, like a tabletop shoots and ladders kind of game called Minecraft, and they play and like a portal opens or something and then they have to go on an adventure. But because of modernity, we can't do that. You know what I mean, right? Like, isn't it like, isn't that a bit, because I feel like, because nowadays, when we look back at that era of like kids' movies, we think positively of it, because even though it was like really cheesy, it cared enough about its own tone and messaging that it's like, oh yeah, it's like a cute kids movie. It's like inspirational or hopeful or something. I don't know. I don't know. It's just it feels weird to see cynicism in a place where it shouldn't even, like, I thought the Mario movie, which was ass by the way, was cynical, but this blew it out of the water. I mean, Jack Black just has that effect on things now. Was the movie any good? No. Actually, my favorite part of the movie was the one part I didn't see anybody talk about, which is the bad guy, the pig lady. I thought she was, I liked her vocal performance. I liked her, I guess, screen presence, for lack of a better term, quite a bit. You know? No, I didn't see any, I did not know about her. I didn't see anyone talk about her, like, at all. But yeah, I liked her. Why'd you see it? Why not? I'm hanging out with the boys. They released it on home video. What am I supposed to do? Not watch it? Come on. People wanted the Ender Dragon villain? Well, that's going to be in the sequel, I guess. Did your theater audience go apeshit? My theater audience was the friends in my bed in the big living room. So, and yeah. Minecraft movie is a reactionary movie. Sure, why not? From the Egg Report. I would have called it the humiliation of the coward Jack Black and the end of irony. This is a long-ass article, man. For an illiterate such as myself. But did you enjoy it? You can enjoy literally any bad media if you're watching it with friends. The enjoyment that I derive from a movie like this is not really the point. Also, does anyone else feel like the movie was kind of sexist? You have 5 human characters, basically. Well, you have 6 human characters, and the 3 guys all have kind of narrative arcs, and the 3 girls in their own right do respectively nothing, basically nothing, and fuck a villager. I don't know. It was kind of weird. Like, you literally could have removed the women from the film and it wouldn't have affected 98% of it. She fucks a villager? Yeah, probably. I don't know. They don't show, like, penetration. I don't know why I'm scrolling through this. Is that Sam Hyde? Yes. What do you think about animated movies and shows that have been turned into live action, like Lilo and Stitch and How to Train Your Dragon? I wish they'd stop. Aren't they like doing less of that now that Snow White did poorly? Why are there people still talking about Asperger's? I literally don't care. You're demonstrating that if your argument is that it still exists, you're making a compelling case. Read the room. They're just doing much more from anime too. I guess, yeah. Most live action anime adaptations are shit though. Like, they're really, really, really bad. So it's not like things are necessarily going better over there. I didn't see Live Piece, One Piece live action. I hate to call you out, but it's a bit of an old man take. There are still earnest, sincere movies being made. I saw the Dogman movie with my kiddos. What? I'm not here shit-talking the Dogman movie. Why does the statement have to be prefaced with an attack against me? I'm talking about a general trend. Where you're like, oh, well, hey, listen, sorry, but you're fucking old and stupid. I saw a movie that was good. Okay, I'm happy to hear that. I saw the trailer for the Dogman movie. It looked good. I'm glad it was good. Why am I under attack? Why am I under attack? What did I do? I did nothing to deserve this. You know what is good? The new Doom game? Yeah, we'll get to it. You see the, European Union successfully passed an initiative banning conversion practices, like conversion therapy, like torture. I mean, it doesn't actually, like, end the practice. It just means that now it's going to be put to consideration in the EU Parliament. It needs to meet minimum thresholds in at least 7 countries. Yep, that's more than 7. Yeah, France did give 1,000% of the threshold. How close are some of the other countries? Poland's nowhere close. Lithuania's nowhere close. Latvia's nowhere close. Estonia's nowhere close. Who's close? Is anyone close? Oh, Italy is like right there, man. Italy is like right there. Portugal. You need to catch up. They're so far ahead of the US, goddamn. We could probably get 1 million people to say they don't want torturing gay people in our country. I thought Portugal was gay as hell. I mean, it's possible that media promoting the petition hasn't really, like, circulated much in Portuguese, right? Did you know the UK has plummeted with LGBT rights? I have. I do actually know that. It's as evidenced by the 50,000 times I've covered the topic. The UK was once the most LGBTQ plus friendly country in Europe. Now it's 22nd. That's pretty funny. Turf Island, you mean? This is what dying empires do. We're doing it right here, right now. Now Keir Starmer is doing Rivers of Blood shit? What do you mean by that? How is the UK dying? They died 70 years ago? No, it's a spiritual thing. And I really do mean that. I stand by this. I think that the real lifeblood of a people, whether it be a nation, an empire, a town, it doesn't matter, any group of people, is a spirit and a desire to grow and change and live, right? And the UK has been stagnant on that front for a long time. And usually when countries regress in that way, they stop wanting to exist on their own terms. They have to find a new excuse. And they look for something. They look for war or persecution. Where's the Netherlands on this map? I hope it's good. The Netherlands is doing just fine. Brexit really hardened them? I mean, Brexit was a symptom of the underlying problem, not its cause. All of Starmer's posts on Twitter about how Brits are becoming strangers in their own country. Oh yeah, I saw that. That was crazy. He's just like straight up doing doing like white nationalist posting. Now, I just saw on YouTube the other day some I think they were F1 fans or maybe just sports guys. I don't know. I don't follow sports, which makes me racist because you know how it is. Um, but it was some guys in Japan and they saw some dudes from, I don't know, Sudan or something, and they ran up to them with the microphone. They were like, "Hey, you're in Japan. What's up? What are you here for?" or something. And the guy, he was a black guy, of course. He was a basketball player, which I know stereotypes, but I'm just relaying the video to you. And it turns out he spoke English, Japanese, and Sudanese, and they had a conversation in like 2 different languages. Not Sudanese, the interviewer didn't speak Sudanese, but it was like a very human conversation. It was nice. All these interactions you see between people of different countries, you know, you see online, it's all like everyone's fighting all the time. For the most part, people just want you to put the kebab in the bag, you know? People just want to get their tasty treat, go home and junk it. It's not, people are all basically the same, more or less. I'm trying to find that, yeah, I'm seeing a bunch of people who are really upset with Keir Starmer for that comment, the island of strangers. Basically, his argument's like, without, you know, unless we limit the number of immigrants, there's no longer any shared community. The problem, and I bet you this is true, the problem is, okay, for one, by discriminating against and ostracizing immigrants, you force them to create enclaves, right? Where they only go into their own little ghettos, their own little communities, and then you do cut the country up. That's one. And for two, I bet you that by and large, there's more community in London than there is in a lot of the dusty-ass, dead, economically and socially deficient towns in northern England that white supremacists love to jerk themselves off over, you know? I'm sorry, listen, I have never been to the United Kingdom, but I have been around America. I've been to LA, I've been to New York, I've been in Florida, I've been in Texas, I've been in Alabama, I've been in Virginia, I've been in DC, I've been around the place, and overwhelmingly the place where there's community, seems like it's the place where there's, you know, people, and a lot of those people are immigrants. And then you go to like 100% homogenous white communities, and they're like dusty Idaho, Montana drive-through towns where everyone's distrustful of strangers. You know, is that community? Like, okay, so people know their immediate neighbor because that's the person they've known for 30 years, but everyone's just like weird and distrustful. It's like a void. There's no real community there. It's just a bunch of isolated neighbors, if they have neighbors. And even that's not a guarantee how spaced out some of these communities are.
Good morning. I'm doing this because it is right. Because
That's opening.
it is fair. And because it is what I believe in. Let me put it this way. Nations depend on rules, fair rules. Sometimes they're written down, often they're not. But either way, they give shape to our values, guide us towards our rights, of course, but also our responsibilities, the obligations we owe to each other. Now, in a diverse nation like ours, and I celebrate that, these rules become even more important.
This is a very defensive speech, huh? Now, guys, don't be mad at me for what I'm about to say.
Without them, we risk becoming an island of strangers, not a nation that walks forward together. So when you have an immigration system that seems almost designed to permit abuse, that encourages some businesses to bring in lower paid workers rather than invest in our young people, or simply one that is sold by politicians to the British people on an entirely false premise, then you're not championing growth, you're not championing justice, or however else people defend the status quo. You're actually contributing to the forces that are slowly pulling our country apart.
It's interesting. It's like in the UK there is no block of voters except for fascists. Like who else is getting appealed to? You know? At least the Democrats gesture. This is explicitly like white nationalist rhetoric. That's what it is. Let's not be stupid. That he's expressing in order to appeal to like reform voters. He's basically doing he's doing like Hitler appointed as chancellor shit, right? He's essentially trying to borrow that popularity. Read the white paper. There's a method and rationale for this. Sorry. I only sit my white ass down and listen when black papers are talking, okay? I think I've read enough white papers in my time. It's called history class. Damn, man. It might actually be over. I don't know. I know I keep saying that about the UK, but I just when I thought the United States might be beating you guys out in dead country status, I think that you're taking the cake yet again. We're never winning the Great British It's Over off. I don't know. I don't understand what the motivation is. Like, not to suggest, like, the only thing I can think of is that Keir Starmer is, like, genuinely just a stupid man. Because reform voters aren't going to switch over to you. If people are motivated by fear of immigrants, they're going to vote for the most anti-immigrant party. There's no moderation on this, okay? The impulse is fascistic at its core. You can't like appeal to a moderate form of it. Jesus, look at the comments on this. 3.1k to 3.6k likes. The Tories lost control of our borders. My Labour government is going to go even further than ever to tackle illegal immigration at its source, and Nigel Farage voted against it. The only thing that I can imagine is just that, like, the consultancy issue in America with the Democrats is actually worse for the Labour Party. Like, for as much as I complain about American Democrats only listening to their in-group, like, messaging strategists, it might be worse over there. And they might be looking at the papers and going, sir, you're losing popularity to reform, so let's borrow some of their policies. And with no actual, like, thought, you know, no consideration of the greater game, basically. Always reactive. Yeah, no vision for the future. No beliefs. I don't know, man. Average conservative response. Get blasted in the polls, not how you spell polls, and suddenly migration's at the top of the agenda, all smoke and mirrors, while also being too late, Kier. You lost people's trust long ago. Didn't you just arrest people for saying this last year? The left of the Labour Party are basically an open revolt. It doesn't matter. It's too much, it's too bad. There's no way. I'm not kidding. The entire Labour policy platform is dictated by one guy called Morgan McSweeney, who orchestrated the Corbyn anti-Semitism campaign and now effectively runs the party and uses Starmer as a puppet. What, is he some kind of, like, arch Blairite? This guy looks like he's 20 years old. An Irish-born political strategist, huh? Oh shit, Hibernian conspiracy proven? Irish-born political strategist, served as Downing Street Chief of Staff under Prime Minister Keir Starmer since October 2024, campaign manager for the Labour Party and director of think tank Labour Together. Built a reputation as Labour organizer, Labour Together, during the Labour Party leadership of Jeremy Corbyn, where he worked to replace Corbyn and reduce left-wing influence in the party. In 2020, he led Starmer's successful Labour leadership campaign and then led their campaign in the 2024 general election. In June 2024, the New Statesman ranked McSweeney first on a list of the most influential progressive figures in the UK, having described him as Starmer's most trusted aide. In October 2023, The Times stated, "No one without elected office wields as much power in British politics as McSweeney." Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Looking at his approval rating, you can see how well that speech has landed with reform. Jesus Christ. They're making the Democrats look popular. Keir Starmer's favorability among Labour voters has fallen sharply in the last month. 96 unfavorable from Reform UK. Even lower than it was a month ago. Incredible. From All Britons, up 7 points unfavorable. Damn, look at the Labour switch. In 1 month, 62-33 in favor, or plus 29 points favorable to -5. Plus 29 to -5 in 1 month. That's remarkable. I mean, that takes real gumption. A 34-point swing in a single month. That's more than a point a day. But he gained a point with conservatives. He lost 1 unfavorable point with conservatives. Dead-ass country. This is my political youth, bro. Okay, you know what? I don't normally engage in this sort of thing, but sure. Sure. Asking young Starmerites why they hate Corbyn.
What good is Stormzy endorsing you if it doesn't get you elected?
I think Keir Starmer was so inspiring in the manner at which he changed the Labour Party.
What I will say is under Jeremy Corbyn's leadership, the party could be quite a hostile environment for young members. The anti-Semitism crisis was horrendous.
This is not the same party as...
So this is like this is like unironically a cultural difference, right? Because young Democrats, even like Hillary Clinton type Democrats, don't look like this. They're mostly young, like college women, basically, like very active, very progressive. Even the like centrist-leaning young Democrats tend to be pretty progressive, and they usually dress down. These guys are dressing up. We call these people briefcase wankers. These are the types of kids who stand in front of a mirror and practice Tony Blair speeches. The thing you have to understand, we don't have this in the United States for anyone. Even Republicans, when like kid Republicans do their little like dress up so they can talk about the need to cut welfare or whatever, they're not like practicing Ronald Reagan speeches in the mirror. They're listening to like trap remixes of like American Psycho, Patrick Bateman crash out moments over their AirPods before they get there. Like there's no like pretense of intellectualism, if that makes any sense. Like they're dressing up as suits because that's what they're expected to do, but it's not. You get me, right? Suit rating, please.
Corbyn, we vote, we are one, we are unified.
We've gone through the phase of being extremely socialist, being, shouting out at the world, and I think Corbyn attracts those kind of people.
I must admit, when I was younger, when I was about 15, I did quite like Corbyn.
Under Jeremy Corbyn, the number of young people joining the Labour Party soared. But Keir Starmer's leadership hasn't inspired the same result. Gone are the days of Glastonbury.
Oh, Jeremy Corbyn, hey!
plenty of young members can still be found at party conference.
I think Keir Starmer was so inspiring in the manner at which he changed the Labour Party. If you talk to members...
Americans in chat won't know, but literally all these people are upper or middle class. Us Britbongers can tell interest. It's just, it's an interesting cultural change because, again, the children of wealthy people in America don't demonstrate aristocratic tendencies. Like, young, wealthy people become trust fund kids in WeHo in New York and collect like vintage clothing, or they go to Yale or Columbia and join the Stop Genocide encampments. Like, we don't have like that aristocratic impulse. We don't have that cultural tendency. Upper middle class kids for sure. No. I mean the children of wealthy people. We don't have this disposition. That we don't have that kind of class divide in America. Our class divide is much harder to identify. Like, very wealthy people in a town will often be dressed down just as much as anyone else. It'll be a guy who owns like 6 car dealerships or something, and he'll be worth like 8 million, and he'll just be like another guy in the town. I mean, he's very wealthy and powerful, of course, like relative to other people. Have you been to New York? Yeah, but New York is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Like, if you go to New York, most of the people that you see walking around in suits probably have less money in their bank account than the extremely trendy, well-dressed young socialist kids who are 20-something walking around the West Village. Why? Because in America, wealth is taken as an excuse to do what you want. And usually what people want is to be cool and to get along with people, you know? It's a social inroad. It's like that meme where like everyone's dancing at the party and every single kid there has the thought bubble, I hope no one finds out I'm a trust fund kid. You know? But this particular kind of like, you're from the upper crust, therefore you will learn to play the piano, you will learn to dress in a suit, you will learn the table etiquette, and you will go out and speak like a proper British person or something. Like yeah. In the US, everyone wants to be middle class. Yeah, essentially. Do you think that's because Americans don't know fashion or don't have millennia of culture? No, I think it's because America has much more culture than Britain, actually, if I'm being honest. We have so much culture that even wealthy people want to adopt the cultural artifacts of, like, bohemian artistic poverty, right? Whereas over in Britain, it's just like, you know, what's your zip code, what's your tax bracket, I guess? I mean, that's what people are saying.
Activists. One thing that they'll say after the 2019 general election, no one expected a Labour government in 5 years, let alone even 10 years. So to see Keir Starmer change the party in the way that he did, you know, the direction that he took it was the right direction, because look now, you know, he's delivered a smashing mandate.
So I joined in 2017, but then my membership did lapse because I wasn't particularly happy with the direction the party was going in because of anti-Semitism. So I have some friends who are Jewish, and I could see how they were feeling within the Labour Party. But I rejoined in 2019 when I could see where things were going, and I actually voted for Keir Starmer and Angela Rayner to be the leader and deputy leader, because I could see that they were the people that would be able to drive this party forward into a better direction. And at the moment, they've taken us into government, which nobody would have foreseen, really, considering where we were in 2019.
How do they never provide any examples of anti-Semitism at all? Have you paid attention to American politics over the past 2 or 3 years, out of curiosity? It just happened to Jeremy Corbyn first. The Blairite leadership wanted Jeremy Corbyn out, so the higher-ups within the Labour Party allowed and promoted the festering of like an anti-Semitism culture problem within the party, which they worsened and used as an excuse to oust Jeremy Corbyn. It wasn't like real. I mean, anti-Semitism is real, but the idea that it was traced to Corbyn or that it was like a problem with Corbyn is largely not real. It was all abstract nothing. But, you know, we do it over here.
And I'm really happy with the direction that we're going in at the moment.
I joined the Labour Party on my 14th birthday, which is as young as you can, so I'm a bit of a nerd. But
Jesus.
I joined because of the power of the last Labour government that lifted children out of poverty, that made things better, created opportunities for my generation. Under Jeremy Corbyn's leadership, the party could be quite a hostile environment for young members. You know, the anti-Semitism crisis was horrendous for so many people. So actually, as a young member, I feel like it's now a much better place to be.
You said that you were a member of the Labour Party. When and why did you join?
I joined around Partygate. Sort of, when was that? 2021? and I was so like angry about that I was like, I really, really want to see some change now.
I joined the Labour Party at the end of 2020. I have to say, I think part of the factor of me joining was that I was just really upset with the Conservatives and the direction that they were heading our kind of country in. I was really upset with their kind of ultra-nationalist, kind of very populist rhetoric. I was really inspired by Keir Starmer.
I wonder how he feels about Keir Starmer's "we're becoming a nation of strangers" speech. The thing is, these people aren't representative of the broader trends of our age group. Yeah, I know. That's the point of the video. We're listening to young Starmerites. That's the point. Jeremy Corbyn attracted young people to the Labour Party. Starmer doesn't. So what do the young people of the Labour Party talk like? That's the point of the video.
Starmer's leadership, and he had modernised the party back into a kind of more moderate force, which I think is personally better for the party and better for the country.
When you joined the party, did you feel particularly inspired or enthused by Keir Starmer as a leader, or was it more of like a protest to what you'd seen the Conservatives?
I think maybe I'm in a minority where I really did like Keir Starmer, but I mean, obviously a lot of people did. A lot of people voted for him to be Prime Minister, but I think it's harder as you go along as a leader. You know, there's more pitfalls to fall into.
Lots of young people joined the Labour Party under Jeremy Corbyn. We haven't seen the same amount join the Labour Party under Keir Starmer. Why do you think that is?
I think Corbyn had a talent of appealing to a younger generation. I think if you look statistically, younger generations are more radical in their beliefs.
Jeremy Corbyn is obviously felt quite countercultural, so maybe people like that, whereas Keir isn't countercultural. But then sort of what good is Stormzy endorsing you or whatever if it doesn't get you elected? There's obviously been a lot of young people put off by the Gaza stuff, and that is regrettable. But I think they're sort of taking quite a strong stance on it now, and hopefully it will continue. David Lammy did a very good speech yesterday where he was very impassioned and seems sort of quite determined to sort it out as much as the UK can.
I think when you've got like
just demonstrating a very, very committed set of principles there. That was sorry, just the way he answered that question was so like, I haven't really thought about this, you know?
Cultural movements in Glastonbury going for Corbyn, I think it is because ordinary people feel a sense of hope about the Labour Party and about politics, and there just hasn't been that in the last 5 years, to be honest. I think that the Labour Party now is doing a lot of things for young people, but we're not telling anyone we're doing it, and we're not doing enough as well. And I think that's why there's just not that same level of support that there was 5 years ago.
So I'm on the higher range of young people, and I've gone through the phase of being extremely socialist, being, shouting out at the world. And I think
I have no idea what these people are talking about with regard to being inspired by Keir Starmer. Well, they're all lying is the thing. I could be assuming a little too much, but my guess is that these people all exist in a social environment where they have an expectation of social responsibility placed on them, and they're given messages that they are meant to align with, and they see Corbynites as like, if not contemptible, at the very least, like, they're given messages on how the people who like Corbyn are irresponsible or naive or socialistic, or they keep referring to the anti-Semitism crisis, you know. I don't think it's really about them being inspired. I think they're just following a path that's been carved out for them.
Corbyn attracts those kind of people.
Inspired by Corbyn's leadership in the sense that he was radical, and I think that it's always been the case that young people have been attracted towards radical politics. But I think that, you know, I must admit, when I was younger, when I was about 15, I did quite like Corbyn.
I mean, speaking about the removal of those more socialist voices from Labour that attract young people, Keir Starmer removed the whip from a couple MPs for voting against the child benefit, to remove the child benefit cap. What do you make of that?
That is a great question. Whether I agree or not, I don't really wish to say on interview.
See, very revealing. These people are all social climbers. It's the reason they're sticking to these messages is not because it's what they actually believe. It's because they all want in. They're all following a path. I'm guessing here, they're either highly aspirational middle-class children or they're from upper-class families, and they're all looking for an in. They all want to be staffers or work in the bureaucracy or actually run one day, and as a consequence, they are all talking like robots. That's why they all talk like this, you know? They're not very, like, personable. It's weird, like, in a way, like, the UK is, in a way, a lot less democratic than the United States in its impulses, it seems, because, like, at least in the United States, as bad as our federal election system is, you can, like, be a little kooky fella and kind of, like, be a part of either party, really. I don't know. Maybe it's a half-baked thought. Stuff like this makes me feel really weird, though, because you just don't see it in America. Like, if you go to the DNC and you track down some young people and you're like, hey, you're like young staffers, like, what's your deal? What do you believe? A lot of them are really young, passionate people. A lot of them are freaks, to be sure, because they're young and involved in politics, which is a red flag. But a lot of them are, like, really passionate people, you know? They come across as a lot more authentic. Often misguided, but, you know, you get me.
But it has angered people, and I do see the arguments where people would leave because of that. Do I think he should restore the whip? Personally, yes. But that's all I'm going to stay on that.
I mean, one of
like what young person talks like that? You know what I mean? That's I don't know. I just
controversial decisions was to suspend the whip from MPs like Zara Sultana for voting to remove the two-child benefit cap. What do you think that says about his leadership?
I think that sends a message to MPs that, you know, this is not the same party as under Corbyn. You know, we vote, we are one, we are unified. You know, we vote as a force, as a party, and personally, if you're not going to vote in the way the party want you to vote, maybe don't stand under that manifesto. That's just what, I don't know, maybe I'm a bit wrong about that. Personally, I'm more of a moderate Labour supporter. I'm not, you know, far left. I think if we could have more left-wing policies, that'd be great, but I understand that Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves are making the decisions necessary that they have to.
You know, we've got to make tough decisions when we are in government.
I guess it's just not much surprise to me that the Labour Party is the way that it is when this is how the young people in the Labour Party talk. Like, a lot of energy in any political movement comes from the youth within that movement, even within the Republican Party. So if this is the way, like, if this is how young Starmerites talk, like, that's... ooh.
I think Keir Starmer has said we are a party of government and not a party of protest. And I think that's really important.
If I was to ask you to describe Keir Starmer in a couple words, what words come to your mind?
Okay, that's a good question. Keir Starmer, I think that he is charismatic.
Powerful leader.
An election winner.
I describe Keir Starmer as bold, insightful and inspiring.
Professional. That's the word I go for.
This isn't your average young Labour voter. These people are handpicked by the party. I know, you've said that like 4 times. I've read it every time. What do you want me to, like, you know how this is played, comrade. Obviously. They're at a Labour event. I know they're not random people. They're at a Labour event. They're wearing suits.
Well, I wouldn't say boring. I feel like a lot of people would say boring. But he's the main positive of Keir Starmer, I would say, is that at least you know he's taking the job seriously, unlike the Tories before.
I don't want to be mean, but I think he's a little bit dull. He comes off a little bit dull, I think. I think he also does seem probably like quite a nice person. So I'm going to go with dull, nice.
And if this was 2019 and Jeremy Corbyn was leader of the Labour Party, Boris Johnson the leader of the Conservatives, how would you have voted in that election?
Oh yeah, this is from 7 months ago. This was before the, like, massive reform sweep, right? Was that after? That was pretty recent. Was that, it was like after reform came about, but like they started really picking up after this, right?
In 2019, I would have voted for Corbyn in 2019, definitely, yeah.
Our elections aren't between Jeremy Corbyn and Boris Johnson. They're for your local MP.
This fucking guy.
You know, I'm lucky enough to have had brilliant Labour MPs. My current Labour MP is Alison McGovern, who's brilliant. So, you know, I think I'd support my Labour representative.
I agree, like, my Labour candidate was absolutely fantastic and I was proud to support them.
I think I probably still would have voted Labour, potentially. Purely because Boris Johnson, I thought, was a very, very bad Prime Minister. But I would have still been very critical of Corbyn's leadership.
It's crazy that the UK would probably be in a better place right now if Boris Johnson could have just stayed Prime Minister. Oh, man. There were local elections recently. I know, my job is actually following politics. So I keep appraised of a lot of this stuff. Look at that shit, man. Dead-ass country. England council results. Reform UK. Plus 10 councils. 677 councillors. Jesus. Why do moderate left parties keep trying to appeal to the far right? Because moderate left parties exist to facilitate the interests of capital in a neoliberal sense. And as a consequence, the only thing they cannot abide under any circumstances is movement towards the left, which represents, you know, a class awareness against the abuses of the wealthy. They'll tolerate anything but that. I saw a quote from I guess it was an interview recently. I forget who gave it, but he was laying out the distinction in American politics between corporatists and oligarchs. The idea essentially being the Democrats represent corporatists, people, you know, hedge fund managers, bankers, sensible business people who want everything to stay stable for long-term investment, who want to continue to profit from the world being as it is, and oligarchs, people who are desperate for greed, fame, power now, who want to carve out the world, who want more than everything. And that's what the Republicans represent. And I think that's fairly accurate, you know, how like in the pursuit of power, they'll tear down the systems that allowed them to attain that power in the first place, the stability that allowed them to build up as they have. I feel like it's not even rational, though. Fascism isn't rational. Chris Hedges, that was the fellow who said it. So Republicans are the kids who choose to have one cookie now rather than 10 cookies later. Republicans represent the kind of people who would tear up the planks of a boat to sell them to you while the ship is sinking. No, but the Labour Party aren't the fascists, right? Well, they're appealing to them. Again, like, there are only two roads in the long run, man. Like, liberalism can only take you down so far because liberalism has internal contradictions that eventually lead to a schism or to some kind of, like, transformational reform. In the United States, we postponed that change through FDR and the New Deal program. But ultimately, the contradiction is that you can't actually have democracy and capitalism. They don't coexist very well. It's unstable. So you either go down the socialist path or the fascist one. And right now, it's pretty obvious which way the world has gone. It's like, like we see the path, right? We see how it's gone. Why do they keep picking fascism? Because fascists tend to treat the wealthy people nicer than socialists. Speaking of liberals capitulating to fascism, I've seen so much like Twitter discourse about the conversation that Ezra Klein had with Sam Cedar. It makes me wonder if I should have watched the entire thing rather than like listening to 2 minutes and pausing every 8 seconds to say how much I hate Ezra Klein. Nah, I probably probably did the right thing. You did your best. I agree. Thank you. Do you think a nation can go from fascism to socialism? I don't think so, no. It's not a matter of going through capitalism. It's that you have to go through liberalism. Like the capitalism thing, it kind of comes along with it, but it's not about the capitalism. It's about the liberalism. You need to build a civil society. You need to build like a democratic like superstructure before you can have socialism. I don't really believe in like well, you can just bring like a peasantry or like the people of a fascist state like immediately into, because unfortunately like democracy is kind of like a learned attribute, right? It's not innate. You know, you kind of have to like develop a cultural familiarity with the process. What's on the gay agenda today? It's always something. So Donald Trump's popularity, according to this YouGov poll, is tracking negative on every issue except LGBT people. Thank you, Democrats, for deciding that we weren't worth your time. My guess is the real reason for this disparity is that Donald Trump really hasn't done much about LGBT people, right? Like, in terms of where the rhetoric has been focused, where the attention of the White House has been focused, it's been overwhelmingly directed towards immigration, defunding the government, entitlement spending, tariffs, that sort of thing. Largely like economic policy, foreign policy, that kind of stuff. Obviously, there have been, you know, statements with regards to queer people, but they haven't been like the focus. There might be more during Pride Month. You know, there might be more like there's going to be crackdowns on pride parades and so on. His trans sports bans are depressingly popular, though. Yeah, I mean, no one's really pushing back against that rhetoric, right? Nothing's happened. It's been like you have like a handful of instances where somebody thinks a trans woman might have done like better than she should have at sports. What's a recent example? They've got like a handful from a decade of this talking point. You think part of the reason Trump hasn't done much about LGBT focus from how many wealthy people are openly gay now? Well, gay people kind of won a cultural victory. That is to say, the popularity of gay marriage is so great in the United States, even among independents and Republicans, that even though the GOP officially on a state level and federally want to revoke gay marriage, they don't really talk about it. It would just not be met well. There are a few Republican politicians who have touched on the issue. Usually it just gets them ratioed. It does not, it doesn't lead to much. Gay people are just too integrated. They just are, you know? Unfortunately, trans people didn't really get the opportunity to be integrated to the extent that gay people have, right? Like trans people in the public eye haven't existed for very long. Gay people have been the subject of like public open policy discussion for decades, going back, I mean, obviously going back a long time, but like largely from the 80s and the AIDS crisis. Whereas trans people, again, have been around for a long time, but, you know, mostly since, God, like 2015, relatively recent. Isn't Scott Besson gay too? It doesn't matter. That's irrelevant to the broader discussion. It literally doesn't matter. Like anyone who's hypocrisy posting over Scott Besson, it does not matter. They're all gay. LGBT, other, immigration, economy, federal workforce, education, DEI, crime, technology. Who's voting down Trump on technology? What does that even mean? Foreign policy, executive power, environment, energy, healthcare. Healthcare. Minus 31 net. That's pretty impressive. Definitely AI. Yeah, I guess. The don't stop AI stuff? No, that's only from the past few days. It can't be that. Isn't it good that Trump's removing Syria sanctions? Sure, but that's not what we're talking about right now. Public opinion on Donald Trump's policy plans and actions. Oh my God, there are 25 pages of this. Okay, wait, hold on. Let's take a look at what's most and least popular. How about that? Requiring companies to fully disclose prices when selling tickets to live events. Plus 74. Makes sense. Eliminating federal taxes on Social Security benefits. Plus 68. Makes sense. Making it a federal crime to non-consensually publish intimate images, including AI-generated nudes, and requiring online platforms to remove them within 48 hours they be reported. Plus 66 positive. Makes sense. A lot of these popular ones are I mean, they're pretty self-evident, right? Expanding funding for apprenticeships as alternatives to four-year college degrees. I'm okay with that. I know that's the kind of thing fascists will sometimes abuse, but I'm okay with it. Plus 56. Designating criminal cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. I said this in the offline segment that I recorded. Criminal cartels absolutely are foreign terrorist organizations, but this designation does give the president the legal justification to strike them without congressional approval, which I don't agree with. So I agree with this in a colloquial sense. I don't agree with it in like a policy sense, but I understand the average person wouldn't know the difference. Eliminating federal taxes on tips, plus 55, makes sense. Using the Alien Enemies Act to deport immigrant gang members, drug dealers, and cartel members. I don't agree with using the Alien Enemies Act at all, but plus 55 on that one. Releasing the JFK records, banning artificial food dyes, blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah. So a lot of these are just like basic dumb guy, you know, here, hold on. What's least popular? Bring me all the way back. There we go. Allowing automakers to withhold reports of certain non-fatal self-driving car crashes, minus 73. Removing building codes that are intended to protect against natural disasters, minus 71. Cutting funding for scientific research on cancer, minus 63. Jesus. Replacing certain frontline healthcare workers with artificial intelligence avatars, minus 62. It is a pro-cancer administration. That is true. I still don't get the cancer one. They just want you to die. Why do you call cartels terrorist organizations? It doesn't make sense. I mean, they're non-state militarized agencies that commit acts of violence and destruction against civilian targets in order to propagate a political message and favor themselves. I mean, it's like they're definitionally terrorist organizations. It's just, again, like a designation that I think has bad foreign policy consequences. Cartels are political? Yes. All institutions are political, but cartels especially, 100%. They literally like work within the Mexican government. They have like regions of control. They operate as de facto states. I mean, the Taliban's primary goal was reacquiring Afghanistan and becoming the legitimate government of Afghanistan. Does that make them not terrorist when they blow up like civilians because like their actions are like based on statehood interests rather than like ideological, or is it because they justify it through Islam? But we know what their real impression is. Whatever. They kill politicians across Mexico? Yeah, non-politically, though. Canceling EPA grants aimed at protecting children from toxic chemicals and pesticides. The State Department spending $400 million on armored Teslas to transport diplomats. Shutting down the Institute, Museum, and Library Services. Yada, 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 yada. Oh, man, they really did the data mail business with this one, didn't they? Look at that. A majority of Americans seem to support the creating a commission to audit the federal government and cut government spending. Doge has been a massive failure so far, by the way. I think I was planning on talking about this, but I didn't. Maybe I forgot to. I'm stupid. But There was literally an article where an interviewer talked with a person who was with Doge, who started like trying to audit the federal government, and then he backed out because he realized, like, wait, they're actually pretty efficient. Hold on a second. Do I want to make its own segment out of that? Nah, probably not. Give me a snippet. Now that he's here, he says he finds himself surrounded by people who, quote, love their jobs, who came to the government with a sense of mission driving their work. In a sense that makes the Doge agenda a little more complicated, because if half the government took a buyout offer, then we wouldn't have to do much more, he says, implying software can replace departing employees. We just use software to plug holes. Most socially and politically literate Silicon Valley tech guy. But that's not what's happening. Lavingia's skills with automation, which have helped him keep Gumroad lean, are what he hopes to bring to the VA. But when it comes down to it, what he's found is a machinery that largely functions, though it doesn't make decisions as fast as a startup might. I would say the culture shock is mostly a lot of meetings, not a lot of decisions, he says. But honestly, it's kind of fine, because the government works. It's not as inefficient as I was expecting, to be honest. I was hoping for more easy wins. Very funny. Oh, here's another fun one. Since the Social Security Administration installed new anti-fraud checks on claims made over the phone, only 2 claims out of over 110,000 were found to be likely fraudulent, according to internal documents I obtained. The policy has slowed down payments, though. Retirement claim processing is down 25%. Incredible. That's the goal? I mean, yeah, but, you know. Yeah, and this one up here, that's a popular one. Banning transgender athletes from participating in women's sports. We'll have to see how things go in the long run, right? The trans sports thing with trans women, listen, I'm not giving up the fight on that. But to the average person who is, as we've established over years of me doing this stream, is a retard, this seems like a no-brainer, right? They think that a trans woman is a person who, like, looks like me but shaves and maybe, like, does their voice up a little bit and has a bow in their hair. Given, like, in light of that information, you're getting an answer you'd more or less expect, I suppose. And has awful taste in music. Well, that part is true. It's really where the public opinion shifts on the other issues, right? We'll have to see how things shift on, like, the don't say gay law, right? Like the popularity of banning any discussion of, say, gender, which in practice means banning, like, trans and gay people from being vocal in schooling, or you know, anything that extends beyond the military and sports, because those ones are going to be considered layups. I just don't understand how people can be so riled up about things that don't impact them. You have to understand that to the average person who thinks trans women shouldn't be allowed to play in women's sports, they're not, quote unquote, riled up about it. It's that a lot of them think it's a no-brainer. Like, there is a subset of the population, most of them Republicans, who are super fixated on them. But for the most part, this is people just shrugging and going, yeah, that makes sense. You know, they don't think about it that much. Yeah, it's a common sense argument thing. Exactly. Trans people are too strong for sports but too weak for the military. I know that it's seen like as a zinger, but as Matt Walsh said on Twitter, the argument isn't that you're too weak for the military, it's that you're too mentally ill for the military. You have to know the argument, right? Plus 22 points of support for designating large-scale fentanyl trafficking as a weapon of mass destruction. Ending congestion pricing in New York City. Why 40% support? Fucking car Hitlerites. New Jersey people. They flooded the poll. Plus 21 for the Golden Dome. I just think it's notable that for the most part, the things on which Donald Trump is most unpopular are the things that he's been talking about the most. Keep in mind, like, economy is up here at -8, which is relatively good for him, but keep in mind that he started with this being his main lead. This was his, like, top thing, you know? Immigration and the economy. These two were his top numbers going into the inauguration. Everything's sinking. Plus, turning on in the Golden Dome proves we're literally a nation of retards. Yeah, I could have told you that. Walmart CFO says price hikes from tariffs could start later this month as retailer beats in earnings. This is not going to help with Trump's approval. Walmart beat first quarter earning estimates but fell just short of sales expectations. Well, that's nice. In an interview with CNBC, CFO John David Rainey said tariffs are still too high, even with the recently announced agreement to lower duties on imports from China to 30% for 90 days. We're wired for everyday low prices, but the magnitude of these increases is more than any retailer can absorb. It's more than any supplier can absorb. And so I'm concerned that consumers are going to start seeing higher prices. You'll begin to see that likely towards the tail end of this month, and then certainly much more in June. Oh, no. Ah, well. Folks, we have no choice. I mean, in Walmart's case, that is largely true, right? Not to say they operate on thin margins or whatever, but like a 30% tariff, like even ignoring the fucking 140 or whatever percent tariff that we had until recently, the 30% tariff, I mean, you'd expect like a 30% price increase. Yeah, get your shopping done. Did consumer sentiment go down again? Again! Down to 50.8, down from 52.2 in April, and hitting its second lowest reading on record. Oh my god, it's still going down, even though the prices haven't been affected that much over the past month. You'd think, if anything, sentiment would go up because of the lessening of the tariffs, even though we haven't been really hit with the price increase yet. Will PlayStation prices go up? Sony warns of possible price hikes due to tariffs. The gamer community will not forget this. My BTOB company missed its sales goals by 30% last month. 30%? Jesus, don't get fucking laid off. BTOB, bring their own beer? Well, either way. The fact that Trump's approval ratings are already in the water, despite the fact that we still haven't been hit with the effect of the tariffs, is pretty impressive. And I suspect that even though it is alarming that the LGBT policies, adjacent policies he's put out yet are largely positive, I think that come Pride Month, it'll be more a subject of discussion. More people will push back against it. Trump will never drop below 35%, though. Well, in aggregate, probably not, but in individual policies, there are some things that, again, keep in mind that they love to play this game where whenever Trump does something really bad or stupid, Republican voters pretend that it wasn't Trump who did it. Or they'll say like, yeah, that was bad, but, you know, but I still support him in aggregate. You get me. These companies said they'll raise prices in response to tariffs. I mean, even if a company doesn't say they're going to raise prices, you can assume they're probably going to raise prices. Walmart, Shein and Temu, Nintendo, Best Buy, Hermes. Oh, not Hermes. Sorry, to all the poor, lower and middle class folks who were interested in snagging a cheap Hermes bag while they were able to. I'm afraid you're probably not going to be able to now. AutoZone and Ferrari. Yeah, it's going to be all of them. Ferrari lol. Don't laugh. Ferrari's been putting out some nice clothing lately.
In the U.S. and China, as China announces increased tariffs on American goods, now up to 125%. Phil Lipoff joins us now to break down what Trump's tariffs on Chinese goods coming into the U.S. could actually mean for our budgets. Phil.
Yeah, and we start with the baseline of those 10% tariffs across the board and the 145% tariffs on China. It's most likely going to mean higher prices for Americans. We're talking about everything made in China, sold here, like smartphones, computers, other electronics, and of course clothing. Let's take Apple's iPhone 16 Pro Max 256 gigabyte for an example. It currently has a retail price of $11.99, subject to 145% China tariffs. UBS analysts estimate the price consumers will pay $950 more. That's 79% more, since it, most like all phones, are made in mainland China. One of the hardest hit sectors also will be toys. 77% of toys in the U.S. are made in China, so prices are bound to jump and possibly more than double in some cases. Beyond imports from China, we could see hikes on products like diapers and canned goods.
We need these prices to go way, way higher.
And so how soon could we start seeing this impact on prices?
Well, it's an important question, and obviously it's something businesses and customers have been concerned about. The answer really depends on the products and how much inventory retailers have in stock. For instance, fresh produce can be front-loaded, of course, so we could see the costs go up pretty quickly within a week. Packaged foods, alcohol could take a little longer, possibly within the next 3 months. And then another important...
We have already seen articles talking about businesses raising prices, even when they haven't been affected by the tariffs, you know, which was obviously going to happen. You know, they take any opportunity they can, so it's not... That's not surprising. Little funny, though. What do you think of Kamala saying, "I told you so"? I think it's fine. By cementing herself as, like, fundamentally unlikable and unconcerned with the fate of Americans, I think that it makes people hate the Democrats even more. All right, that's enough of this. Ukraine-Russia peace talks fell through. Yeah, I could have told you that.
Meanwhile, U.S. wholesale prices dropped unexpectedly last month for the first time in more than a year.
The hell? Mother buys ammo, tactical gear for son's planned mass-targeted violence. What the hell? Not how I'd expect her to look, but, you know. His grandmother, with whom he had been staying on various occasions, contacted police on Monday after she found her grandson, quote, hitting a live bullet with a hammer. Okay. Pardo was released on bond of $75,000 according to jail records. I'm surprised they allowed for any. I guess I don't know the local rules. Hmm. Detained off campus being charged with terrorism. Wild level of mental illness here. How do you even deal with something like this? So it's obviously like entirely the mother's fault, right? She's like grooming her kid to be fascinated with school shootings. And then arming him so he'll do one. There were laws against excessive bail, I think. Yeah, she just seems kind of like a threat to the community a little bit. I don't know. And wow, phenomenal. Despite the mom looking like this, the explosive device had the words "for Brenton Tarrant," referencing the shooter in the 2019 mosque attack, along with multiple SS symbols and 14 words referencing white supremacy written on it, according to the affidavit. Truly the, like, black pit of mental illness, into which all fall, regardless of their race. Remember that black Nazi school shooter who did the shooting a few months ago? It's literally, like, every fucking time. Are there any white supremacists left? Is it all Latinxes, black people, and Indians? Proud Boys showed the way. With Enrique Tarrio? Yeah, I suppose. Great Replacement Theory was actually about white supremacist terrorists. Dude, like, unironically, they're getting their clout stolen. Whatever clout there is to be found there, I guess. It's fucking insane. I guess I shouldn't be surprised there are stupid, crazy people in every race, but it's just so hard for me to imagine this shit. Nazism is just a magnet for the mentally ill. Mental illness with political motivation will almost always pull you into it. It does not matter what your race is. It's like a gravitational well. It pulls everything into it. Black people will go into it either self-hating or thinking that they're the real white people or they're one of the good ones. You know, Latin people do this all the fucking time in their country, in America, whatever, you know, fucking in Mexico and Brazil. Like it's all over the place, you know? Please don't say Latinx. What's the matter, woke lord? Afraid you'll hear something transgressive? You don't like it? Am I culturally colonizing your people? The X is silent? Not when I say it. You have a problem with an English-speaking white boy who grew up in the Southwest? Pronouncing X's the way he was taught to? Listen, all I'm saying is that in an environment where white people can't even get representation in white supremacist school shootings, the fact that you're coming to me and telling me how to pronounce letters in the manner of my culture, all I'm saying is, like, haven't we suffered enough? You just know if the shooting had actually happened, that it would have targeted mostly white kids, and white supremacists online would have been cheering for the, like, Latin kid killing white people. It's a fucked up world. Also, she really had her shit on before the arrest, huh? It's actually Latin equis? Oh, you're right. I just like Latinx because it makes people mad. I've come around on it, you know? Like, at first I was like, Latin people don't say Latinx. They say Latin, or more often just Latino or Latina. Like, why are we just say Hispanic? Like, why are you imposing this word on them? But then I realized I don't care. And I think it's funny. What is 1992 supposed to mean? I could be wrong, but I think it's a year. When she was born, likely. Yeah, that sounds like a credible explanation. You know, it's possible. You see, AOC now leads Democrats for 2028, according to recent polls. Makes sense. She's the only one doing anything. There's a lot of recency bias when it comes to stuff like this, you know? People are just like, who's on TV? %26 of those surveyed think no one is the face of the Democratic Party, tied with the 26% who think it's Ocasio-Cortez. You're... AOC also endorsed a lot of progressive city council members in New York, likely to endorse Zoran. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Have you seen a bunch of, like, DSA dipshits on Twitter who, by the way, kicked AOC out, unendorsed her, complaining that she hasn't endorsed Zoran Mamdani yet against Cuomo? Let's take a look at the state of New York media. New York City mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani refuses to officially condemn Holocaust. What? Socialist Zoran Mamdani refused to sign on to a pair of resolutions recognizing Israel and the Holocaust, with critics ripping the mayoral hopeful as having, quote, no business representing the largest Jewish community outside of Israel. Mamdani skipped out on one resolution earlier this week that celebrated the Jewish state on its 77th anniversary. Last year, he declined to sign on to another resolution that denounced the Holocaust. Is that true? Is that the only thing? I'm just curious. Is that the only thing that resolution said? Resolution number 45 memorialized January 27th, 2025. Wait, that's not last year. Oh, to proclaim January 27th, 2025 as Holocaust Remembrance Day in the state of New York. New York Resolution 45. Yep, the Holocaust is bad. And where was Zoran Mamdani? Wait, I thought this was last year. Now they're referring to something that happened this week? Wait, what the hell is this? His plan to combat anti-Semitism is tossing more money at the Jews, Berger continued. At what point do we acknowledge that if it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, and quacks like a duck, it's a duck? Wait, what? Is giving money to Jews anti-Semitic? That's what Congress does to Israel. What the hell are they talking about? Look at this smear piece. Okay, NBC New York. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm kind of like drifting a little bit right now. Zohran Mamdani is the one good viable mayoral candidate in the upcoming New York City mayoral election. Eric Adams is definitely out. It's either going to be him or Cuomo. Cuomo's a piece of shit. Mamdani's not a piece of shit. He's actually pretty cool.
A decision 2025 in the race for mayor. According to a new Marist poll on the mayor's race, Andrew Cuomo is the first choice for roughly 4 in 10 likely Democratic voters.
Name
Remember,
recognition.
this is a ranked choice vote, and the poll suggests that many Cuomo backers don't seem to like any of the other candidates. The Marist poll shows 37% of Cuomo backers who ranked the former governor first left the rest of their ballots blank. Voters can rank
What's
up.
sad is that Zohran has struggled to make inroads with black voters for some reason. Listen, people cancel me for saying this, but it's true. Black voters are not the most progressive bloc of the Democratic Party. Far from it. They're the conservative bloc. They backed Eric Adams, even though Eric Adams was a freak conservative from the beginning. Like, it's not. There's a lot of like inroad bias there. Like, people who supported Eric Adams, also Biden, people who supported Eric Adams are more likely to shift over to Cuomo because they're both like centrist, you know, like DNC safety backed groups, even though Eric Adams ended up being too hot for the Democrats. Unfortunately, a lot of it's just like a group loyalty thing, you know?
Up to 5 candidates, and in that same ranked exercise, Queens Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani finished second in the poll with 29%.
He's a Democratic socialist with some controversial views, but he insists his campaign for a more affordable city is surging. Government Affairs reporter Melissa Russo has a one-on-one interview.
Monday morning on Malcolm X Boulevard.
My name is Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani is meeting voters where they
Oh, so Latinx is cringe, but Malcolm X is okay. All right.
are.
I'm running for mayor.
For him, that means the street, and not only their social media.
That's perfect. Freezing. You're wrecked.
A master of messaging, Mamdani knows how to dive into a moment and maximize it.
New Yorkers live in rent-stabilized units.
He was the first Democrat in the mayor's race to max out.
He really is a very good politician. He's been running an excellent campaign, despite like the entire, essentially like deep state smearing him. All Republican media is against him because Republicans are fine with Cuomo. This is the bill he was said to have skipped out on. Congratulating the State of Israel on the 77th anniversary of its establishment and reaffirming the bonds of friendship. Okay. So literally this entire thing is like singing the praise of Israel, which is just a really normal thing for the foreign governments to do. It's really, really, really normal. Like as a member of like state or local government in the United States, everyone has to proclaim fealty. Yeah, we get it.
Out on fundraising.
I'm about to say something to you you've never heard a politician say. Please stop sending us money.
Not everyone likes Mamdani's left-leaning ideas to make the city more affordable.
Zohran is talking giveaways. We don't need any more giveaways.
But huge turnout at rallies.
I said, are you ready to win this race?
And his poll numbers so far, in second place behind Andrew Cuomo, suggest...
Keep in mind, Cuomo so far has not run a campaign. The only reason Cuomo is even on the ballot with any kind of support is because of his name recognition, because he was governor. Governorship, which of course he, which ended in disgrace, mind you, but no one fucking cares, I guess. But like Cuomo has not run a campaign. He's talked with some wealthy people. He's talked with some donors. He hasn't done anything. Yeah, there's that one Hitlerite ad that he did, which was paired alongside his announcement, where he was like proposing a final solution to homeless people in subways. Yeah, I remember.
Just he's breaking through in a way other Democrats aren't.
Oh my God.
It's totally fine. What's the name of the dude? Zoran. Yeah, people are feeling Zoran.
He wants grocery stores that are, publicly owned. I think that's really, really big.
Do you attribute your success in this race to your socialism or to your social media?
I think that there's a combination of those things, because I think that New Yorkers, more than they hate a politician they disagree with, they hate a politician they can't trust.
On the subject of trust, you've adopted different speaking accents in different scenarios.
But they go to their local bodega.
Is there one that's real and one that's a...
What the fuck is this? Dude, they're hitting him with the goddamn Obama code switching argument. They're hitting him with the fucking we're still doing this. Racism from my NBC4 New York?
affected?
What I would say is, as any immigrant knows, having been born in Kampala, Uganda, and then raised in South Africa and moving here when I'm 7 years old, is there are different parts of my life. Worldwide tour is a worldwide tour is a worldwide tour.
Mamdani was talking about a world.
This is how they're covering this, by the way. Like, with respect to trustworthiness, like, let's not talk about Cuomo and all the shit he did. Let's do this again, this discourse. If you don't believe in the deep state, man, look and open your goddamn eyes, all right? It's just the deep state has always been right-leaning.
Wide press tour, back when he was a rapper.
Bring the flavor to the fish, bring the flavor to the rice.
In a Disney movie directed by his mother.
Nepotism and hard work goes a long way. Here in New York City,
this is like an incoherent, like, what is the point being made? They're not even making an argument. They're just like, he's done things. He's spoken funny, like an immigrant. Do we want that? An immigrant running New York City?
This is how I speak. This is how I am.
While Mamdani may not be giving typical politician vibes, he's still playing to the cameras, often...
see? Fuck it. Dude, the framing! It's insane! Showing him, like, behaving as an activist, behaving authentically. He knows how to disingenuously play the game. Yeah, he knows how to play the game.
in the role of Trump resistor, which is less controversial.
The role of Trump resistor.
Than some of his past protests of Israel. He was arrested outside the home of Senator Chuck Schumer less than a week after the October 7th attack by Hamas. And he's used the term genocide.
All we are seeing from our politicians...
Actually, being anti-Republican and being anti-Israel are the same position. It's actually incredibly consistent from him.
...is an attempt to create mass consent for a genocide.
Anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism.
Hey, who's this guy? Out of curiosity, are we perhaps being a little bit partial? NBC New York? Do we want to is just any are you gonna intro this?
There is no difference.
In an Upper West Side synagogue last month, Cuomo implied Mamdani is anti-Semitic, referencing his connections to the Democratic Socialists of America.
Is NBC right-wing? Or all media's right-wing. They all are. Look at how all media has treated like Israel. It's all right-wing. It all is, because it all serves capital interests. Mamdani is genuinely like a cool dude. They're all consolidating. Democrat aligned, Republican aligned, independent, it doesn't matter. Everything is unifying against him.
And a proposal to defund nonprofits who support Israeli settlements.
We have a New York State Assemblyman named Zoran Mamdani, who is a DSA devotee.
I strongly denounce anti-Semitism. It is from a place of a universal humanity that grounds my politics.
Mamdani said as mayor, he would arrest Israel's prime minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, if he set foot in the city. But Mamdani could not or would not name another world leader he would arrest. So how should...
Okay, this is such a weird... Again, like, it's just the permanent fucking fealty that you're expected to dedicate to Israel. I know that New York City is a special case because there are legitimately like a ton of Jews there, so it's not like a random town in Texas being expected to like dedicate a portion of its tax proceeds to Israel or whatever. It's more like prescient here, I suppose. But like, what does this have to do with New Yorkers? Like, they brushed over all of his political policies, his ideas for the city aside, because, like, this is what they attack people on. And this is what they did to Jamal Bowman. This is what they've done to the entirety of the left. Anti-Semitism has only ever been disingenuously wielded as a weapon by these people. Oh, you don't support the fascist, apartheid, genocide-committing state? Well, I guess you're an anti-Semite. Say goodbye to your funding, dipshit. Like, that's all it's ever been.
Jewish voters in New York feel that they've heard you say that you would arrest their Israeli prime minister, but not heard you...
Whoa, I'm sorry?
Another world leader he would arrest. So how should Jewish voters in New York feel that they've heard you say that you would arrest their Israeli prime minister, but...
Are you fucking kidding me? You actual anti-Semite piece of shit. A literal dual loyalty. By virtue of being Jewish, Netanyahu is their prime minister. Dude! Oh my god, this is actually like that. If you ever want to point to evidence of how Zionism is anti-Semitism, here you go, dude. And by the way, to be clear, if I ever said shit like this, like inadvertently, if I ever made the argument that like Jews in America, by virtue of their Jewishness, are like have fealty to the state of Israel, I'd be rightfully called out on anti-Semitic propaganda. But that's the implication. Well, she just outright stated it, but that's the implication of all of this discourse. Fucking insane, dude. Jesus Christ.
Not heard you name any other.
Because this is the most recent warrant that was made by the International Criminal Court.
I think he's fishing for votes. I think he's looking for the people who would attach themselves to somebody that would want Bibi arrested.
I love my my impartial news. I love my news that seeks to educate and inform the voters.
Before winning his Queen's Assembly seat in 2020, Mamdani, now 33, says he worked as a housing counselor and struggled to afford an apartment.
Also, yeah, I love the implication that opposing Israel is a way to get cheap and easy votes. Yeah, dude, that's clearly the easy political move, you know? Denounce the fascist war criminal and get the entire fucking deep state turned against you versus every single politician mindlessly supporting them.
On his $47,000 a year salary, though he admits he grew up privileged.
I grew up without want.
Some trolls on social media are now calling Mamdani out for his recent luxurious wedding festivities.
Are you fucking kidding me?
In Dubai. But Mamdani says his commitment runs deep to helping New Yorkers afford what
Yeah, his opponent is Andrew Cuomo. Are you fucking kidding me?
They need by raising taxes on corporations and high earners. You were a rapper, you were a tutor, now you're a New York State Assembly member. What managerial experience do you have to run a city as huge and complex as New York?
You know,
this is a fair question.
I see a mayor at its core as being a delegator, a liaison, a messenger, and I have a humility, unlike that of Eric Adams or Andrew Cuomo, to understand that you have to actually empower a team around you that are of the best and the brightest and not micromanage them to an extent where they actually refuse to work with you any longer.
In Astoria, Melissa Russo, News 4, New York.
Thank you, Deep State. Oh, here's him with Fox 5. The wedding was $72 per guest. It was not luxurious, and it was in Dubai because his wife's family are Syrian refugees. I don't even care to like detail the specifics because I reject the idea that being a left-leaning candidate means you need to be subjected to an insane, rigorous purity test where every element of your life is unturned when your opponent is literally a fucking racist, sex pest piece of shit, a borderline like oligarch with connections to everyone and everything in the state, who fucked up constantly as governor, who no one likes and only has support for name recognition. Like, I don't even want to play that fucking game.
You have been surging in the polls lately. Uganda, but you said you...
At least this is an actual interview with Fox 5 and not like you hear 30 seconds of him talking and like 6 minutes of the reporter going, and this is why he's a piece of shit, basically. The cool thing too about a city like New York City is that capital flight basically just is bullshit. right? New York City is like the city. It's like, it's the place. The idea that if you slightly raise taxes on the wealthy to a tiny fraction of what they were even like a couple decades ago, you know, it's like all the wealthy people are going to flee. No, they're fucking not. It's New York City. No, they're not. Fourth. Also here, it's like the threat of capital flight. People act like 1% tax differences mean that the entire like all capital, all investment, all industry in a state or a city are going to flee. And it's just not true. It's demonstrably not true. There are the idea like you can lower taxes on the wealthy and you have to do that. But if you ever raise them, then they're gone. No, they're not. New York City has been a thriving hub for literally all of American history. The entire time that America has existed, New York City has been a thriving hub for finance, business, whatever, right? And we've had fluctuations. World War II, incredibly high upper marginal tax rate. It dropped after. There have been like da-da-da. The idea that like, well, no, actually the city is just going to like, everyone's just going to leave. It's just bullshit. It's an excuse. It's an unscientific excuse that people have come up with, or an unfalsifiable one, like, because you can't really like prove it won't happen, right? To justify never, ever, ever raising taxes on the wealthy. All of society has to bend down and make itself, mold itself to the needs of the ultra wealthy, because you can't do anything about them. They're like a force of nature that you just have to, you know, deal with. And to be clear, obviously, the NYPD has way the fuck too much money, but you cannot win in New York unless the NYPD approves of you. You simply cannot. It's not possible. In practice, this is the case across all of America. If the police don't want a mayor to win, you won't win, period. They are effectively like the military. Trying to win the mayorship when the police don't approve of you is like trying to win the presidency when the Pentagon doesn't want you there. It's not, you know, they're effective. I'm not really sure if there's a way to do this more efficiently than the private market can, given the current environment. I wonder if it might be better to have some kind of like voucher program, some way of some way of like allowing people to, or the government will like rebate purchases from grocery stores up to a certain point. I'm not entirely sure. I don't really know. This one's a little more out there, but I guess we'll have to see how it works. Really good, actually. It's not great. It's kind of like it seems like it's cut from a more casual cloth, but I actually think it looks rather nice on him. Fitting as well. If I was running as a politician, I think there'd be a little bit of incongruity with how I present myself and how I dress, because I would be like, yeah, I want to center the politics of the working class, and then somebody would be like, is that a Ralph Lauren purple label suit, yes or no? And I'd have to say, okay, listen, so first of all, and they'd have to say yes or no, and then I'd say yeah. Yeah. Dude! Man! Listen, even if he doesn't win, which is likely, unfortunately, if he does win, that would be a massive, I mean, that would be huge. But like, his campaign needs to be studied. This guy's actually got like a real talent. If he doesn't win here, I hope he sticks around. Like, I hope he doesn't, you know, good night y'all, or I don't know, get disappeared to El Salvador or whatever, because he's got the potential to be a real force for a long time. What are his chances? Well, the Democratic primary, what was it, June 24th? That was the date that was provided. So, was it June or July 24th? June? Okay, then it's like 5 weeks. 5 weeks away. Hello, Ruben. 5 weeks away. So, yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, so right now it's 40-60 on fifth round of voting, which is probably going to improve as we get closer to the election, because politically unaware people are the ones most likely to side with Cuomo. Like people who are only going off name recognition. But as we get closer to the Democratic primary, more politically aware people are more, for one, people who vote in a Democratic primary are more likely to be a little more politically aware. It's not a general election. And for two, we are you'd expect people would like look more into it, and presumably that process would at least slightly favor Mamdani, at least a little bit, because everyone already knows about Cuomo, right? He's already basically got 100% like name recognition, you know? When will AOC endorse him? My guess is that AOC is waiting to endorse him up until the final few weeks. A bunch of people have gotten mad she hasn't endorsed them yet. My guess is that she wants to endorse in like a big frenzy right before the primary, because she doesn't want time for a Republican narrative to gestate about like anti-Israel socialists unifying to destroy the city or whatever. She wants to like get this giant wave of momentum, because keep in mind, a lot of people in New York don't vote in the Democratic primary. Only like 25% of voters voted in the election that determined that Eric Adams would lead the city, right? So what we're really fighting here, it's not just like name recognition, it's also voter apathy. And I mean, right now, AOC is literally the most prominent figure in the Democratic Party, at least in terms of like attention drawn. So my guess is that she's waiting for that big final push, that big oorah. I'm almost certain that she's been talking to Mamdani as well. Like, it would be insane that she wouldn't. They're obviously on the same side. A lot of people on Twitter, like DSA types, are preemptively attacking AOC for not endorsing him, which I think is really, really stupid. Holy shit. Form a unified front, dumbasses. What are you're going to support Mamdani but denounce AOC when they're aligned on, like, everything? Come on. They're controlled opposition? No, they're bored college students and trust fund kids. Anyway, that would be my guess. But I will stake on this, and I've been accused of being a shill in the past, so I'll be clear on this one. If AOC doesn't endorse Mamdani in the run-up to the election, huge red mark from me. That's like a deep black mark. You know what I mean? That's a big one. That'd be the biggest red flag imaginable. So I'll stake on that. I'm just saying, I'm not here to flip it either way, unless, I mean, there'd have to be some insane explanation. But yeah, that's a big old frowny face sticker right there. Red flag for AOC? For AOC, yeah. Damn, is it really that serious? Yes! It's a close race between a sex fiend hack dipshit deep state fuck and an actual socialist for the mayor of New York City. You know, the mayor of New York City has more power than almost any governor, right? I mean, you can banty a little. Some states, maybe their governors, California, New York, Texas, Florida, but like, it's one of the positions. Correctly. Come on, guys. I'm just Italian. Did he not literally say that?
The best way I can help now, and I think that given the circumstances, the best way I can help now is if I step aside and let government get back to governing. And therefore, that's what I'll do, because I work for you. And doing the right thing is doing the right thing for you.
Yeah, well, this is him stepping down. So he didn't say it's because he's Italian. It's he implied because he was Italian. Whatever. You know how Italians are. I've seen this. I think likely AOC endorsement leading into the primary. I think there's a very, very, very real possibility that he wins. Just thinking about it, if in the final round of polling he's really down to only 20 points below Cuomo in a generally like very low participation Democratic primary, that's not a lot. You flip a few people who aligned with Cuomo based on name recognition. You bring a bunch of young new people in. I'm just saying. Crazy that Fox did so much better than CBS. Yeah, the most recent polling that I've seen is this one right here. This is from the 14th, saying that at the 5th round of the ranked choice voting, based on current polling, Cuomo would win by tipping the 50% threshold. But that's the thing. He only meets the 50% threshold for ending the ranked choice voting process by 3%, meaning even a slight decrease to Cuomo's favorability in the 5th round of ranked choice voting means that Mamdani and Lander's votes probably would be combined. We might be looking at something that's not even a 60-40 in the final round. Maybe something closer to like a 55-45 at current polling, which means that with a big AOC boost at the end, this is very possible. Yeah, here we go. See? So this is how the ranked choice voting is going to break down. At first, you eliminate the... You do it in rounds because it's ranked choice, right? So first, you eliminate the people who pull very low, right? Then you have the top 6. Then you knock out the lowest. Then you knock out the lowest. Then you knock out the lowest, and so on. Until somebody has more than 50%, at which point the process ends. And you... When was the last time a Republican won NYC mayor? Would it have been Giuliani? No, wait, not Giuliani. No, yeah. Bloomberg? Was Bloomberg a Republican? Didn't he run as a Democrat? Or was that only as, in the presidency? He was a Republican in the 2000s? Okay, okay. He switched parties twice. What matters is that he's having fun. Anyway, like this is the real threshold right here, right? In order to win, it has to be Mamdani versus Cuomo. Notice how, as all of the other candidates are eliminated, Cuomo's numbers barely go up. 44 to 45 to 46 to 48, and then only in the final 2 rounds to 53 to 60. Only in the final 2 eliminations do we see Cuomo's numbers meaningfully rise, which means that for a lot of these smaller candidates, right, the voters do proportionally switch over to Mamdani or Brad Lander, right? Mamdani goes from 22 all the way over to 40, or nearly 100% increase. I don't know, an 85% increase. I don't do math. I don't do that shit. And then, you know, an 80% increase from 10 to 18. So the real cutoff is here, round 5. The numbers need to shift just enough that the round 5 voting does not put Cuomo above 49%. He cannot hit 50 or above 50% because it has to be above 50. And if that's the case, I think there's a very real possibility that we see Mamdani win. Who would Brad Lander go to? I mean, based on this polling data, of the 18% right here, 11 of that goes over to Mamdani, and 7 of it goes over to Cuomo. So a, what was that, 5-3 split? It could be big. That's all I'm saying. It could be big. It could be huge. It really seems like name recognition is what Cuomo's running on. Yep. And keep in mind, that name recognition isn't going up. That's the benefit that we have. In an environment where so many people still don't know Mamdani's name, that's the benefit that we have. That Cuomo's numbers are probably not going to go up. He's not really running a campaign. He's just coasting on his popularity. Well, popularity, name recognition, you know? His growth, his upper limit has already been reached, more or less. He's capped right here, okay? Yeah, he's at the ceiling. The last poll before this one was 33 for Zoran at the end. How recent was that? You've just linked his mayoral page. Can you link the last poll? Exactly. Cuomo is a shower. Mamdani is a grower. POV, you're a secretary for Cuomo, and he's trying to explain to you. He's trying to start a conversation with you. Does Mamdani's name sounding foreign hurt him? Probably a little bit, but New York City is like really diverse, so they're probably not, you know, it's probably a little better there. Maybe. I don't know. Might not help that he's Muslim, you know, considering the current international geopolitical situation. I really don't think a lot of people in chat are grasping how big this could be. Last poll was 3 weeks before this one. So in only 3 weeks, he got what, a 7-point bump in the final round? That is massive. That is huge. Well, we'll see. We'll see. He has 5 weeks left. So expect, by the way, an absolutely unhinged campaign against him. Which is why, by the way, and I encourage you to, Google Samdani, Google his name. It's all articles smearing him. Seriously, they're being psychopathic about him. Dude, there's still so much stuff to talk about. What the fuck? Literally, the first article about him is him not condemning the Holocaust. Yeah, again, it's absolutely insane. And this is all from today, too. That means they're getting scared. We're doing proper Starship Troopers posting now, okay? They're afraid. When you see a wave of psychotic accusations of anti-Semitism against a popular, cool, not anti-Semitic democratic socialist, you know what they're trying to do. There's only one reason they couldn't pull that shit against Bernie Sanders, and you know for a fucking fact that if Bernie Sanders was running in 2024, they would have done it against him anyway. I still can't believe that NBC interviewer literally said, how do you think Jewish residents in New York City will feel about you wanting to arrest their prime minister? Jesus Christ, dude. It's like the fucking, yeah, the dual loyalty shit. Crazy. It just goes to show how much of this, like, oh, you're anti-Semitic propaganda is being pushed by actual anti-Semites. People who do not give a shit. They know what their orders are. Sean Combs' allies are actively working for a Trump pardon. Sean Combs is Diddy, right? Yes, it says that in the URL. Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. Hold on, we got other stuff going on. Breaking news. Earlier this week, Trump administration asks Supreme Court to resume deportation of nearly 200 Venezuelan migrants. Earlier today, Supreme Court blocks Trump from restarting Alien Enemies Act deportations. Nice. There you go. Court once again angry at its role being taken. It's being replaced. Pretty funny stuff. What was the vote? 7-2. You know the two. You're aware of the two. You know, you understand. The decision is a significant loss for Trump, who wants to use the law to speed deportations and avoid the kind of review normally required before removing people from the country. But the decision is also temporary, and the underlying legal fight over the president's invocation has continued simultaneously in multiple federal courts across the country. The justices sent the case back to an appeals court. This does make me feel a little bit better about what the likelihood of the national injunction thing is going to be at the end of June. You know, if the Supreme Court is continuing to put its foot down in this manner, it does seem a little bit more likely they're going to rule against the Trump administration on the question of whether or not judges should be allowed to do anything. Alito and Thomas, of course. The dissenters. The court noted the Trump administration has represented that it is unable to provide for the return of an individual deported in error to a prison in El Salvador. Given that, the court said, the detainees' interests at stake are accordingly particularly weighty. The court added that the way the Trump administration was handling the removals did not, quote, pass mustard. Mustard! Sorry, that's a deep-cut hip-hop reference that some of you people might be too white to understand. Pardon me. It's called code switching, liberal. Specifically, the justices pointed to notice of only 24 hours that was devoid of information about how to exercise due process rights to contest that removal. The Supreme Court sent the case back to the New Orleans-based 5th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals for further review, saying in its order that the appeals court erred in dismissing the detainee's case. Huh! Not bad! Actually, not bad, you know, considering the circumstances. Certainly Trump is mad about it. The Supreme Court is being played by the radical left losers who have no support, the public hates them, and their only hope is the intimidation of the court itself. Wait. We can't let that happen to our country. The radical left is intimidating the Supreme Court? Okay. I'm sure that'll incline them positively towards him, you know. They're going to love that crap. You mean the Supreme Court built by Trump? It is very funny that Trump's appointees have not been the hardline lunatics that he wanted them to be. You know? It is very funny. Like, they could have been. He could have picked them. But in all likelihood, like, the picks back then were moderated more by the understanding that we were going to have more or less a democracy. You know? Tom and Alito were Bush appointees. The Chad neoconservative fascists versus the virgin neo-fascist rhinos. I don't fucking know, man. It's a weird flip. It's a big deal, folks. They're gonna have to do something. The whole... Okay. It's pretty obvious that the goal of the Trump administration is to just flat out end democracy, right? Like, you'd have to be an idiot to disagree with that. Everything they've done, every step they've taken, the messaging they engage in, all of their rhetoric, all of it points to that. They're basically like, it's the most consistent thing they believe, ending democracy. It's the most directed position. So in order for them to do that, they need to do one of two things. Upend the entire judiciary. This would be an enormous process. We're talking like thousands of arrests, trials, show trials accusing judges of being left partisans, of being traitors, whatever else. It would be very difficult to do. Or via the Supreme Court, ending federal injunctions altogether. Alternatively, they could persist with the federal injunctions and just ignore them, but that's not really workable long term. What dictator wants to spend their entire dictatorship constrained by a bunch of legal rules that like nominally have power but effectively don't? Every day you wake up to 50 headlines from judges talking about how like you're breaking the law. Like, you want to put them all in jail, but you kind of can't because like you don't really have the inertia, you don't have the legal pretext. It would look too bad for you to do. And there are limits on what they can do. Keep in mind that even in more dictatorial countries like, say, Hungary, right, Viktor Orban, there are limits. You can't just snap your fingers and go like, actually, I'm arresting everyone who stands against me. Because, like, believe it or not, even when things are this obvious, even when things are this, like, mask off, there is a stupid majority of tens, maybe hundreds of millions of people who really don't see the writing on the wall. A lot of them who support Trump and would be alarmed by behavior like that. You understand? So the fact that the Supreme Court isn't playing ball with this is, I mean, a little unexpected. Again, they do have a 6-3 majority. I don't understand why they're not. Like, every other politician has been bought. Are they just more susceptible to this sort of thing? Are judges too haughty? Are they too, like, egotistical? Are they too concerned with the eradication of the rules they spent their lives studying that they won't, like, erase them? It might just be greed on their part, or ego. The idea that, like, you know, I've spent my entire life studying the law. I'm literally a Supreme Court justice. Why should I enable these morons on my side of the aisle and give them power by relinquishing it myself and invalidating the field that I've spent my life studying? I understand it from, like, an egotistical perspective. I understand it. It's just, you know, it's wild that the future of the country kind of, to a large extent, hinges on the ego of these Trump-appointed justices. It's very weird. And it does make it does seem pretty clear following this, like, why on earth would the court enable an end to the concept of a federal injunction when they themselves are enabling the federal injunctions? Like, the court is basically signaling not just that they oppose Trump on this, but that they oppose Trump on the merits of the underlying argument he's trying to make, an ending to to federal injunctions. I mean, that's what they're essentially doing through this. If we don't get the Enabling Act, that would be good. Yep. Here, hold on. Give me a relevant snippet. Thank you, Twitter. Source of all good journalism, I'm told.
Justice Kagan, opinions and judgments here. Did I understand you correctly to tell Justice Kagan that the government wanted to reserve its right to maybe not follow a Second Circuit precedent, say, in New York, because you might disagree with the opinion?
Our general practice is to respect those precedents, but there are circumstances when it is not a categorical practice. It is, and that is not
this administration's practice or the longstanding practice of the federal government. And I'm not talking about in the Fourth Circuit, are you going to respect a Second Circuit? I'm talking about within the Second Circuit. And can you say, is that this administration's practice or a longstanding one?
As I understand it, longstanding policy of the Department of Justice. Yes, that we generally, as it was phrased to me, generally respect circuit precedent, but not necessarily in every case. And some examples might be a situation where we're litigating to try and get that circuit precedent overruled and so forth.
Well, okay, so I'm not talking about a situation in which, you know, the Second Circuit has a case from 1955 and you think it's time for it to be challenged. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about in this kind of situation. I'm talking about this week, the Second Circuit holds that the executive order is unconstitutional, and then what do you do the next day or the next week?
Generally, we follow those.
So you're still saying generally?
Yes.
And you still think that it's generally the policy, long-standing policy of the federal government to take that approach?
That is my understanding.
Okay, so, but it sounds to me like you accept a Cooper versus Aaron kind of situation for the Supreme Court, but not for, say, the Second Circuit. Like where you would respect the
that pause.
opinions and the judgments of the Supreme Court, and you're saying you would respect the judgment, but not necessarily the opinion of a lower court.
And again, I think in the vast majority of instances, our practice has been to respect the opinion as well, in the circuits as well, but my understanding is that has not been a categorical practice in the way respect for the precedents and the judgments of the Supreme Court has been.
So you're not hedging at all with respect to the precedent of this court?
That is correct. I believe the quotation from our application directly addresses that, and we stand by that completely.
Okay.
They're going to replace Sauer at some point, man. He's going to be blamed for a lot of unfavorable rulings, and his arguments in favor of the administration are not like that good. There have to be more talented people in the administration who could argue for like the end of the republic. The ruling also explicitly stated migrants have a Fifth Amendment right to due process, which is a huge win because other judges can refer to it. Yeah, no kidding. We need to actually read the, hold on one second. Let me try to find the relevant snippet from it, because that's, it's not just a procedural thing. Like it's a, precedent established that undermines the entire logic of the Alien Enemies Act invocation. You know, like it goes beyond just a protection of these migrants And now, like, the court's essentially saying, well, no, you have to, like, on an individual merit case, you have to argue these people need to be given the opportunity to defend themselves. I want to get like that snippet. I see Fifth Circuit, not Fifth Amendment. The government does not contest before this court the applicant's description of the notice afforded to AEA detainees in the Northern District of Texas, nor the assertion that the government was poised to carry out removals imminently. The government has represented elsewhere that it is unable to provide for the return of Abrigo Garcia, where it is alleged the detainees face indefinite detention. See application to injunction. The detainees' interests at stake are accordingly particularly weighty. Under these circumstances, notice roughly 24 hours before removal, devoid of information about how to exercise due process rights, contest that removal surely does not pass muster. Yeah, it seems like it's a rejection of the Alien Enemies Act at its core. Again, not a lawyer. Hopefully somebody, yeah, go to next post directly from here. Thank you. I know what the arrow does. I'm not a lawyer. I mean, if somebody would like to weigh in on this, perhaps with a little more knowledge than me, but it seems like in this statement, the court is essentially saying, like, well, the problem with removing people via the Alien Enemies Act is that they're not getting due process, which is the whole point of the Alien Enemies Act. It seems like the court isn't refuting the invocation of the act as a pretext for justifying the removal, but not allowing it with regard to its revocation of due process. Am I correct in saying that? They're essentially saying, like, you can't have it, but you can't have both halves of it? Because if that's the case, that's absolutely massive. Because the problem with the Alien Enemies Act, in my humble opinion, pardon me, you know, wasn't so much the pretext for deportations. I expected the government to deport people. For me, the real issue was the no due process thing. That's the thing I find scary, you know? Like, is it okay, like, you know, they're deporting people. That's bad, but if it's being done through the due process of law, at the very least, like, it's liberal? Yeah. Huge. Not exactly. They're objecting to the way it was carried out. In the original use of the Alien Enemies Act, they still had a hearing to determine if the individuals were subject to the act. Okay, so they're saying that the Trump administration has failed to even meet the standards allowed by the act. So they're not necessarily, well they are arguing for a need to exercise due process, but what they're saying is that the Trump administration is falling below even this very low bar for the provision of due process. They're saying, like even by the standards of the Alien Enemies Act, which we're not contesting your invocation of, even by the standards of this act, you are not meeting the bar. Am I correct in saying that? Yeah, the case isn't about the legality of the Alien Enemies Act, so that wouldn't be appropriate for them to rule on, really, I guess. Correct, even Japanese Americans had the opportunity to see a judge and contest whether they fell under the class of people to be interned. Okay. Effectively, by my reading, it's a procedural objection. Right, it's a procedural objection, but it's a procedural objection to the procedure that we want, I guess. Because, like, they're not deporting members of Tren de Aragua. Remember, that's the invocation of the Alien Enemies Act. That's the argument, that they're deporting members of Tren de Aragua. So if the due process they're allowed is a day in court to determine whether or not they actually are a member of Tren de Aragua, that, like, I guess the difference here being, like, with regard to the Alien Enemies Act or like Japanese internment, the category of people being interned, for one, we were actually at war with Japan, right? But they were interning Japanese nationals, which, if you were proven to be a Japanese national, I guess, like, there you go, you're sent to the detention facilities, which was bad, to be clear. But in this case, the targeted class of people, members of Tren de Aragua. Like, the people being sent to El Salvador aren't even fucking members. Oh, it wasn't just Japanese nationals, it was just anyone with Japanese heritage? Okay, fair point. But I get the point I'm making is that the class of people they're targeting with the Alien Enemies Act is much more ephemeral, it's much more abstract, and it's more difficult to prove, which means we're going to have to hear court arguments from the DOJ, where they show up and they're like, here's our evidence that, you know, Abrego Garcia is a member of Tren de Aragua. Do you see these tattoos on his knuckles? You get me? Yeah, I want to hear the Trump administration argue in court why a person's autism awareness tattoo makes them a member of Tren de Aragua. I want that shit entered into the record. Look, the more the Supreme Court forces the Trump administration to litigate and to explain their arguments, the better it is for us, because they are fucking stupid. The more they are forced to go out there and bluster and argue, every time they show up in court, they get fucking schooled by the judge. You know? Like they don't come in with any information, because the real like justification for these deportations is like giggling psychopath DHS members who are like grabbing anyone they can to meet a quota that's being passed down from the federal government. Like they don't have arguments. They're probably not even keeping paperwork on most of these people. In saying that SCOTUS has been picking up the mantle, weren't we expecting them to be goose-stepping? Yeah, I was, but you know, look, the world's complicated. And you know what? Given how much has gone wrong for this country over the past while now, I'll take a couple of soft pitches when they come in. You know, I'm not going to bitch about them. Oh, that was supposed to be a curveball? I'm not going to complain. God damn, man. Can't believe we're rooting for the classical liberals. We're not. You don't need to draw the lines like that. Even the right-leaning members of the court, with the exception of Thomas and Alito, have a bias towards proceduralism. And MAGA's method of governance is anti-procedural, as fascists often are. You don't need to make any broader ideological claims about siding with classical liberals or anything like that. Holy shit, dude. There's still like at least 5 things I wanted to cover. Oh my god. There's so much to cover. Breaking. The Trump administration is working on a plan to permanently relocate up to 1 million Palestinians from the Gaza Strip to Libya. Oh my god. So that's why they met in person. You know what? Honestly, fine. It seems like it's this or they literally all get killed. My bar has been set pretty low at this point. Genuinely. Libya isn't better? Isn't better than every single Palestinian being killed by the Israeli government? You're right, maybe it's not. Did they even ask Libya if they're okay with this? I'm so sorry. I blanked. When I said, so that's why they met, I mixed up Libya and Syria, which in fairness, they both end with an A. I think it's their fault for not further distinguishing their names. Okay, I'm mentally relocating I'm doing the calculus again. Oh yeah, Libya is way worse than Syria. Still probably better than everyone dying. Restart the clip. Nah, keep it in. I'm a moron. The plan is under serious enough consideration that the administration discussed it with Libya's leadership. Which leadership? 2 people with direct knowledge of the plans and a former U.S. official said. In exchange for the resettling of Palestinians, the administration would potentially release to Libya billions of dollars of funds the U.S. froze more than a decade ago, those three people said. No final agreement's been reached, and Israel has been kept informed of the administration's discussions, the same three sources said. State Department and the National Security Council did not respond to multiple requests for comment. Okay. Bassem Naim, a senior Hamas official, said that Hamas was not aware of any discussions about moving Palestinians to Libya. Yeah, it makes sense they wouldn't key you in on that. Palestinians are very rooted in their homeland, very strongly committed to the homeland. They're ready to fight up to the end and to sacrifice anything to defend their land, their homeland, their families, the future of their children. Naim said in response to questions from NBC News, Palestinians are exclusively the only party who have the right to decide for the Palestinians, including Gaza and Gazans, what to do and what not to do. Yeah, that sounds largely true. It's kind of going to be up to the Palestinians, which I don't know how agreeable they're going to be to a death march, like a forced cleansing of the strip. Yeah, and to Libya, no less. They're literally doing the exodus to Palestinians. What the fuck? I mean, after the Jews did it, they got some, like, wizard shit going on, right? Maybe the Palestinians will come back stronger? I've watched Prince of Egypt. I think they're doing this behind Trump's back because you had Trump acknowledging the starvation imposed by Israel while on tour. I did see that, yeah. Which this kind of runs contrary to the Israeli narrative, which is that nothing is happening inside the camp walls. Trump acknowledges starvation in Gaza as Israeli airstrikes kill more than 100. Israel's been killing lots and lots of people lately. I know that kind of goes without saying, but they've been doing even more. Donald Trump said people are starving in Gaza. On the final day of his Gulf tour, the U.S. president told reporters in Abu Dhabi, we're looking at Gaza and we're going to get that taken care of. A lot of people are starving. Of course, yeah, the official Israeli narrative is that there is no starvation, of course. It's weird how Trump would admit this. Dude, I'm telling you, man, the Trump and possibly the administration at large has been pulling away from Israel. They serve their purpose as a bulwark against Iran, but it looks like he'd much rather have it be Saudi Arabia, which is Saudi Arabia is like arguably much more stable than Israel is, even if they're basically equally as evil. It's just fucking crazy that the Biden administration wasn't willing to make any of these moves when they should have seen the writing on the wall, like, way before. Would this be done behind Trump's back? Probably not. After Mike Waltz, people probably learned what happens if you do stuff behind Trump's back. Maybe dumb question, how are they equally evil when Saudis aren't committing genocide? I mean, they wanna, just give them a chance to. Not, like, for one, like, look at their treatment of Yemen. And for two, I would argue that their broader policy on fossil fuel use and what they've done to influence elections in other countries is arguably, in the long run, more murderous than even Israel's treatment of Palestinians, you know? In a big game kind of sense, you know? Two bad bitches. Two bad bitches. Who leaked this info? Where was this information obtained? 5 people with knowledge of the effort told NBC News. Okay, so it was leaked. Again. I swear to God, the only thing the Trump administration ever gets to release fresh to the news is stuff straight from Trump's mind. It's always through like a Truth Social post. That's literally like everything else gets leaked the moment it's discussed. I don't think this can actually happen. I'm not going to lie. Like, just speaking logistically, man, I don't really understand what the game plan here would be. Libya's a while away. I mean, do you want to do this by boat? You want to transport 1 million people by boat, a lot of whom are going to like probably want to blow up the boat they're on? Not without reason. I like, and where would you put them? It's 1 million people. 1 million people. Like where? What community resettlement program? There's not even like a particularly functioning government at any point in Libya that could manage an exodus of people like this, or I guess like an influx of people like this. I don't know what they would even do. It would all be like somewhere in this area, right? Just if you wanted houses. Libya has a population of like 15 or 7 million. That's a 15% increase. Yeah, Jesus. Yeah, put them all here. They got buildings here. They'll end up on the slave markets. Nah, you're thinking too small scale. It's 1 million people. 1 million like recently displaced, very angry people who have been sent on an exodus. There would be like another civil war. It's 1 million people. I mean, it would be like, yeah, like fighting over water and food. I mean, it would be a whole... Yeah, which Libya? I don't know. This is a genocidal plan. Yeah. Can we just go with what was my initial misunderstanding and move them up to Syria? Come on. Don't you want to repopulate? Also, Syria, they could finally escape Israeli bombs. Come on, we could move them all to Hulehila. Would it be easier to accommodate them in Syria? I mean, it's ethnic cleansing either way. My, like, napkin math guess would be, yeah, probably, but it's also, like, you're moving so many people. There's no way to do this, like, no matter what. There's no easy path to doing this no matter what. My guess is that this just flat out isn't going to happen. This leaked. Maybe it is members of the Trump administration like desperately trying to work out a plan, because they've been looking for a plan to displace Palestinians for a while now. You know? Maybe they're trying to do something, just some way to bring this down. I don't know. We should just give them Wyoming. We're not using it. I would be okay with 1 million Palestinians moving to Wyoming. They would probably like freeze to death though. Wyoming gets super cold. I don't know how cold it gets in Palestine. I'm gonna guess like probably not as cold as Wyoming. That's just a guess though. Give them coats. By Jove, you've solved it. Mubi downgrades U.S. national credit rating. We got to get those numbers even further down. Even further down. We've gone from AAA to AA1. Nice. 1 second, let me close the door. Keeps wiggling. I love this shirt, but I really do wish the collar was a little bit more reinforced. Feels like it kind of sags a little bit, which I don't think is acceptable. for a double RL shirt. That's the main thing that I look for when I buy shirts now. It's like the collar reinforcement. That's a good indicator. No, it really is. See a lot of quality written in the fabric tape that they sew on the inside of it. I don't know if there's any fabric tape on this one, which again is a little unfortunate. U.S. pushes Congo and Rwanda for peace accord and billion-dollar mineral deals. Oh, this is from earlier in the month. Yeah, look, this is like a I'll believe it when I see it thing, okay? Like, you kidding me? And the fighting between Congo and Rwanda? Okay, sure. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on. I gotta piss, then I'll do this. Yup. Longtime Diddy associates have spent months cozying up to Trump officials to lay groundwork for clemency pleas. What do you think the odds are of this one happening? 50-50? It is so... it's crazy to me. Listen, I'm gonna just come out and say it, okay? If you're a Trump supporter and in your mind, you're thinking like, okay, I think Trump is doing good things, but you're thinking that like in spite of the pedophilia. Like, okay, despite the Epstein and all of that business, all the obvious shit about Trump, like, you still think the broader policy, whatever, you hate democracy, okay. How do you explain this shit, man? Dude, like, every single time a person gets accused of or found guilty of something involving sexual impropriety, look at Russell Brand, look at fucking Elon Musk, Jesus, they just instantly to the right, just fucking, whoop, literally just like the rapist party, just whoop. Trump could do it. Trump loves celebrities. Yeah, no, I mean, it's plausible, right? Trump and Diddy know each other and work together. Yeah, I mean, in the capacity of like famous people all know each other, true. I don't know whether or not Trump is accused of having attended any of the infamous Diddy parties. I haven't been following the trial, so I don't know any of the details. I know people make memes about baby oil or like lotion, baby lotion, moisturizer, something like that. That's all I know, you know. Rolling Stone. Oh, hold on. Baby oil, yeah. Apparently had like an industry-sized supply of baby oil for like jerking off? Like what for what? Like for like doing a slip and slide? I don't understand what you'd use that much baby oil for. To sedate his victims with baby oil? It was laced with drugs for raping people. It was spiked with a paralytic. I didn't know that was an option. I thought that was a myth. I don't know. I'll believe it. I don't really care. I'm not here to investigate these claims. I just, you know, it never gets old. Like example 3,812 of when a person's in trouble for doing rapes, who do you go to? Don't hear a lot of stories about people running over to Kamala Harris for, you know, or Joe Biden for, you know, accolades, fame, support, money, or pardons whenever they get accused. Even when Democrats are the ones in power and have the ability to pardon people, it's always the right they run to. Always. During the presidential transition and in the opening months of Trump's second administration, several longtime friends and allies of Combs, who have known the rapper for many years, began reaching out to some Trump transition and administration officials, as well as to others close to the president. Two sources familiar with the matter and another person briefed on it tell Rolling Stone. A source has spoken in condition of anonymity. He's willing to do anything to get out of jail. A source who has known Combs for a decade tells Rolling Stone. He's always been this way. He's always going to do what he has to do to get out of a situation. He doesn't even like Donald Trump, they add. Well, doesn't that implicate Donald Trump even more? That, like, it's not even as a matter of personal fondness. It's just like, who do you go to when you've raped people? You know who's sympathetic to you. Yeah, you need the rape guy. Who do you go to? You need the rape guy. Yeah, obviously. Like Nick Fury for pedophiles. It's putting together a team. And it's called the entire GOP. Ongoing and preliminary. So how long do you think it's going to be before we get like the anti-woke Diddy arc? I'm sure he's already said reactionary stuff or whatever, but I mean, like, you know, news interviews from Tucker Carlson about how the deep state is framing him or accusing him or whatever. I mean, it's the same routine every time. Has he already done it? Am I late to the punch? He started reading the Bible during court. Yeah. We know how people like that are when they get caught. Yeah. Reading the Bible during court. Jesus Christ. Oh, sorry. I'm about to approach the stand, but before I can, I'm actually religiously obligated to have, you know, receive sacrament right now. Just give me a moment. Let me, like, perform this out for the jury. Combs has his life in the line too, and he's desperate to be released from the notorious Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. He's moved for a speedy trial, turned down a plea deal, and pleaded not guilty to the 5 federal counts against him. If convicted, the mogul faces 15 years to life in prison. During the private outreach to members of Trump's government social orbit, Combs' allies have tried to paint the rapper's prosecution in decidedly Trumpian terms, playing to the Republican vision of the president as a martyr and perennial victim. In their telling, he and Trump are both successful businessmen and controversial celebrities who have been unfairly targeted by the feds and prosecutors in the Southern District of New York, where they have each had to deal with a barrage of sexual assault allegations that each insists are false. It's the cinematic parallels. Fucking chills. The words deep state came up once or twice, said one of the sources familiar with the outreach. Yeah. I love Diddy, Trump says in an Old Apprentice episode from 2012. You know, he's a good friend of mine. He's a good guy, he adds, before asking contestant and a former artist for Combs, Aubrey O'Day, a singer for Danity Kane, is he a good guy? I don't want to answer that question, she responded, to which the future president said that he's going to stick up for him anyway. On Instagram, O'Day hinted she'll testify at Combs' trial in the coming weeks. Celebrities, man. Speaking of the deep state, yeah. Look, I'm not as caught up on celebrity culture as probably people making more interesting videos. I don't know. It's the Nick Fury for pedophiles thing. It's just so fucking predictable, man. You know, it's so consistent. It's like every sex offense just whoop. Honestly, the only counterexample that I can think of that immediately comes to mind in terms of like a sex offender who is didn't like him. Well, no, because I was about to say Andrew Cuomo. But Cuomo was largely denounced by Democrats when he stepped down. And right now he's running as this weird, like, pseudo-Republican centrist. And the people who are backing him aren't backing him on, like, a Democratic mandate. They're doing it in, like, a anti-left, pro-Israel kind of way. You know? Bill Clinton's the only one I can think of. Yeah, I guess so. Genuinely, yeah, I guess so. Whatever, man. One second. Well, even Bill Clinton isn't quite the same, though, because I'm talking about people who, like, wildly shift to the right in an effort to avoid culpability for their sex crimes. Bill Clinton was already the Democratic president. I guess even Cuomo was already, you know, the, you know, Democratic politician as well. It's just so consistent. I don't fucking know. Yeah. How do we still have more segments to cover? Conservatives don't believe in consent. That is true. Ideologically, yeah, like they kind of have to not. A misunderstanding of or like active rejection of consent is pretty important to their social and political ethos. A lot of them don't know it, by the way. You know, the vast majority of people in that category don't think of themselves as rapists. It's not like a cognitive immorality, like a conscious one on their part, you know? Not to say that's excusable, just to say it's like it comes from a different place psychologically. What do we got? Trump's sanctions and ICC's chief prosecutor have halted tribunal's work, officials and lawyers say. That's cool. Lost access to his email, bank account's been frozen, we're an evil empire, etc., etc. Nice. He apparently also has sexual assault allegations. This guy? The chief prosecutor of the ICC? Well, I don't see how it's relevant, I guess. RIP rules-based order? Yeah. All right. Moody's pushes U.S. out of elite AAA club. Yeah, it's probably only going to get worse. It seems like, and we're about to talk about it as well. It seems like our budget crisis is going to it's going to get worse, and it's going to get worse like very, very quickly. So in all likelihood, I'm not saying we're going to be defaulting anytime soon. I'm just saying the likelihood of it happening is increasing like very quickly, which is kind of scary. Moody's on Friday downgraded its credit rating of the U.S. by a notch to AA1 from AAA, citing rising debt and interest that are significantly higher than similarly rated sovereigns. That's not great. That's not great. Moody's was the last among major ratings agencies to keep a top AAA rating for U.S. sovereign debt, though it had lowered its outlook in late 2023. On Friday, the agency changed its outlook on the U.S. from stable to negative. Ooh. What does that mean for us? Look, the reason humans exist is so that we can build institutions that exist as hoarding pools of money, right? There's a lot of money in the world, and different places you can put money have different returns on investment and different levels of safety. That's basically the only reason the human experiment exists, okay? And one of the safest places you can put money is it's in a treasury bond, right? You buy some government debt, you get a guaranteed interest payment on it. You get a guaranteed amount of interest, right, after a certain length of time. It's a safe place to hold your money. The United States historically has been a safer place to keep your money. U.S. debt has been a safer place to keep your money than, I don't know, buying the debt of Libya, to use a prior example. Not as safe, not as assured. But nobody considers the United States a AAA ranked place to hold your money anymore. The main reason for that, as cited here, rising debt and interest. And again, we pay a lot on the interest that we hold on account of our debt. What was it last year? It was like 850, how much is it? Billion? $881 billion on interest from 2024. Nearly $1 trillion. More than the amount we spend on our military just went to interest payments. Money we give to people who hold U.S. debt. What's the interest? Well, it depends on what bond they bought and when. It varies significantly. You might note, however, a worrying trend for any of you interested in, finances, I guess, as a concept. Cumulative interest costs this year are higher than in recent years. Now, obviously, for fiscal year 2025, we have the most alarming line yet. You might also notice, by the way, that like just going over the past 5 years, this number's been skyrocketing. Look at this. 20 and 21 were basically the same. But post-COVID, 22, 23, 24, we've gone from the interest payments being, I mean, Christ, they've like almost tripled. It's not good. Will this affect my S&P 500 index? Yeah, probably. I wouldn't say 22 was post-COVID. Post the start of COVID. In a post-COVID world. Post it beginning. And after the beginning of COVID world. So far in fiscal year 2025, if we're estimating the amount of money that's been spent on everything, here's Social Security on the top, and then higher than Medicare, Medicaid, income security, and defense spending is the net interest. And this is going up fast, by the way. I mean, you can take a look here where it's gone up nearly 3 times in just 5 years. It is going up very, very fast. So, yeah, our country is pretty much fucked. This is the reason, by the way, why Trump's budget failed earlier today. Why Republicans in the Budget Committee voted against it, which we'll talk about in a second. But the reason it failed is because these budget hawks are concerned that they're not cutting enough. Unfortunately, there is a logic to what those Republicans are saying. Right now, the plan from, like, in accordance with the Trump budget is just what national debt? Who cares? There are some budget hawk Republicans who are essentially saying, well, come on, man, we do want a country in 5 years. Now, obviously, the way we want to deal with the rising debt is by taxing people more. But that's not on the table. Even Democrats don't have the balls to do it. So What happens when our debt is greater than our Social Security? Well, it can just keep going up, right? We have to dedicate more and more of the national budget to paying down the interest. And what happens if we just can't pay the interest? We borrow more to pay the interest. We do what we've been doing for a long time. Not great fiscal practice when it goes out of hand, which is you sell debt to raise the money to pay the interest. The problem being, of course, since you're paying the interest and not the principal, you're selling more debt that contributes to a higher interest rate. Now, I mean, not to do the whole Republican budgeting a government or budgeting for a government is much like budgeting for a household, but we're literally like borrowing payday loans. We're taking out payday loans to pay off our interest. Why not pay off the debt? With what budget surplus? We're running a massive deficit. With what budget surplus? In 2024, the cumulative deficit was $1.9 trillion. So we would need to raise, just going off 2024 numbers, $1.9 trillion more just to break even, just to not have more debt than before. We'd still be paying the interest, just not have any more debt. And we need to raise quite a bit more than that if we ever actually wanted to pay off all the debt. The interest is skyrocketing. It honestly looks like, I mean, a lot of people don't want to talk about it because I think it's a little bit like abstract. And also conservatives disingenuously evoke these talking points very often. So it makes it difficult to talk about. But like, I don't know what we're supposed to do besides a default. Like genuinely, it's you can default, you can reevaluate our currency and crash the global economy. Oh, both would crash the global economy. You could raise taxes on the ultra wealthy. Read some MMT, Vosh, Jesus Christ. The most convincing pro-MMT argument I've ever seen. Defaulting is not an option, really. I mean, not if you don't want to end the world, basically. Don't we also want to cut things, just different things? The main problem with our spending isn't that we spend too much, it's that we raise too little. Seriously, like, we spend too much on the military, but we spend more on Social Security than we do the military. Like, significantly more, you know? The real issue is we just don't raise enough money. We have been cutting taxes and cutting taxes and cutting taxes on and on and on and allowing for these tax loopholes so corporations pay nothing. So we're spending the same amount. No one, please read some MMT asshat. Second most compelling MMT argument I've ever heard. What's the debt ceiling? Can't we raise it again? The debt ceiling just describes how much we're allowed to borrow, which we raise constantly. But that's the problem. We keep raising more debt, which increased the interest. That's kind of the problem, you know? Yeesh. Look at this. From the St. Louis Fed. Look at that. Federal government current expenditures interest payments. So this is in billions. You go back over here. How much are we spending on interest on our debt every year? You know, 10, 20, 100, 200. Okay. We kind of flag and waver a little bit right here. This is still like a lot of interest that we're paying, but okay. Now you might notice that recently there's been something of an uptick. Problem is we're reaching really bad numbers. It's not good. Oh, look, it's decreasing right here. Q1 2025. That's true. At one point, you were pro raising the debt ceiling. Well, we have to raise the debt ceiling or the government shuts down. The debt ceiling is stupid. Like the government shutting down isn't an option. You have to raise the debt ceiling to continue. I just want to raise more money via taxes. Yeah, I want cuts to the military, and I want our Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security spending to be more efficient through selective decommodification of some industries. But overall, no matter what, a modern government's, spending sheet's going to be pretty extensive. You can expect the U.S. government to spend many trillions of dollars every year, no matter what. You can cut as much as you want. It's not going to change anything. Not without breaking the country, at least. We can, however, raise a lot more money. I don't know, man. Does Trump care about this? Not really. There are some Republicans that care a lot about the deficit, but they're only pretending. If they really cared, they would raise taxes. It's that simple. It's literally a mathematically unsolvable problem unless you raise taxes. It's totally unworkable. There is no way around this. You can cut Medicaid, you can cut Medicare, you can cut Social Security. It's not going to make a difference. We're running multiple trillions of dollars of deficit. It's just going to keep going up and up and up. Is this because of the tariffs? No. A lot of this goes back to the quantitative easing. Yeah. It's kind of like the, yeah. Can't believe the Fed actually did. Why the sudden increase? Wokeness, mostly. US. So I'm trying to find some applicable charts. Total receipts. No. Hold on. U.S. tax revenue per year chart. Per year chart. Not this year. Not tax receipts. Not tax to GDP ratio. I love Google in 2025. Yeah. What the MMT 101 retards don't understand, Vosh, is that system of growth is based on hegemon and global reserve currency status of the USD. With the impending collapse of that reality, we can't infinitely print money. Well, the thing that bugs me, I guess, about MMT, the way people argue in favor of it, is that it's fantasy world politics. Nobody's following this system. Nobody's acting in accordance with it, even if everything you said was true, which I doubt. Like, nobody's acting in line with it. You would need to rule in that principle. You would need to act consistently, and other nations would have to be on board with it too. You know? It doesn't really describe the way things are. Who are we paying interest to? Tons of other countries, anyone who holds U.S. government debt. So ourselves, we're paying interest to ourselves to an extent. We pay interest to a lot of US citizens, a lot of people around the world, different countries, different corporations, anyone who wanted to buy debt. Okay, just put the deficit chart in the bag, please. Yeah, there we go. You can see the COVID stimulus spending years right here. Very expensive. I'm curious, would a default be good under your accelerationist positions? No. That would be very, 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 very bad. That would be very bad. Trying to find... Is buying a bond different from buying... No, when you buy a bond, you're buying debt. That's what the government... When the government sells a bond, or a treasury bond at a given yield, you are buying their debt. That's what they're offering to you. I'm trying to... What was the thing I was trying to look at here? Here. U.S. average tax bracket per year over time. Google, please help me out with this one. Historical average federal tax rates for all households. That's not a chart. That's numbers. God damn it. Show a plot of the tax rate. Well, I would like that. Make your own chart? Fuck you. Average individual income tax rate. And for people in the lowest quintile, it's just been more and more negative over time. A huge spike here in 2020, largely because of COVID. It's pretty much the same across the board, man. These first 5 columns are the quintiles. For the lowest quintile, the average total federal tax rate as a percent has gone from 9.3, I'm not going to count 2020 because, again, COVID, to 0.6, or basically nothing. For the next quintile up, it's gone from 15% down to 0.8% on average. The next quintile, 19.1%. All the way. Oh, so I'm not. That's right. I'm not counting 2020. I'm not counting 2020 because that's anomalous, right? 15 down to 8.9, 19.1 down to 13, 21.7 down to 16.7, and 27.1 down to 24.3. It's just across the board. Got to raise taxes. The 1% got richer. Yeah, it's worth noting that, like, a part of the data that's not really shown here is the fact that, like, people in the upper quintiles are more capable than before of paying higher taxes. You know, they have gotten much wealthier. And this is just the federal tax rate. We're not even talking about, like, a capital gains tax or business tax. What about U.S. tax to GDP ratio? History, or tax revenue to GDP ratio over time. I just posted that? Yeah. Federal receipts as percent of gross domestic product. Well, if anything, this contradicts my narrative because it seems like it's more or less held steady right around here. Federal receipt. Oh, this is no. This is federal receipts, not money raised. Receipts is spending. Hold on. Trying to fucking distract me. I see you. I see you. Revenue statistics. Where the United States has consistently fallen on the lower end in the tax to GDP ratio. But is this tax percentage? Or is this like total tax accrued? Hold on. Describe, I'm not math pilled enough. Describe to me what you mean by tax to GDP. It looks like percent. Well, that's not what I'm looking for then, is it? Okay, US GDP 2024. Yes, I know you're all bored. 29 trillion. US tax revenue 2024. 4.9 trillion. France GDP 2024. 3 trillion. France tax revenue 2024. $480 billion. Okay. So that'd be like what, 1/6? Versus versus 1/6. Actually, the percentage is much the same. Then what explains the difference? Tax revenue as a percentage of real GDP. You did your math wrong? I don't think that's possible. It must have something to do with the, what's the right term? Liquidity of money? It must have something to do with how much that money flows around. I wonder if there's some math I could find on that about the different levels of liquidity at in different countries and how much it might contribute to the effectiveness of like a velocity of money and how it might enable higher levels of social spending. We're in the weeds. Talk to an economist? No, they're boring. Graph showing what you're looking for. You know, people love to say that. Tax revenue total percentage of GDP. Okay, there you go. Yeah, with the United States. Where's the United States? Okay, I see. The United States is down here. Definitely on the lower end. But we're right next to Switzerland and Latvia. And Switzerland definitely has more responsible, at least with regards to social democracy, more responsible social spending. So what explains the difference? Well, maybe it's not about the GDP itself and more to do with the total amount of money sitting in your country, right? Because the GDP refers to the value of goods and services over a year. But if money's just sitting in a bank account or in a person's like hedge fund or whatever, it's not necessarily contributing much to the GDP. So there might be like a bad ratio between the GDP and the total amount of money. The velocity of money in Swiss bank accounts is 0. Sure, but that also wouldn't contribute much to the GDP, right? I wonder, which nations have most velocity of Oof, that's difficult to calculate. Okay. You know what? I'm going to get back to this later. My economic illiteracy aside, let's focus on the thing that matters, which is that the United States is going bankrupt, and it's very bad. That's the important part. I think spending's a better metric versus GDP, maybe. I mean, the problem is that when a government taxes, when you pay your taxes, the idea is that that money just continues to circulate in the economy, right? Like, the government spends that money. Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, the military goes to millions of workers, you know, federal workers, right? The money doesn't just disappear, it continues to circulate. The idea is that the money that is taxed is it has a high velocity. So how much money in the United States has very little velocity? Because it just sits in investment. Because, of course, the United States is like the investment capital of the world by far. Huge amounts of money. You understand what I mean? It's a question of like where that money goes. Where is it sitting? How much of it is actually getting recirculated? Because my argument has always been, the problem is that the wealthy hoard so much money that doesn't even see daylight. It just sits in their accounts, and as a consequence of it not being, not having any velocity, it doesn't move around. You know, it doesn't get taxed. It doesn't contribute to the GDP. It doesn't get used. It doesn't flow around. It just sits. They just take loans against it. Yeah, they use their wealth to leverage new loans, which isn't the same thing as using that money. Well, graph showing that U.S. velocity of money has been nosediving. Again, from the St. Louis Fed. Oh. Okay, I legitimately do not know enough to, like, evaluate this metric, but that's actually crazy. Like, I'm not educated enough to know like the how to evaluate the numbers fully, but you know, to whatever extent this describes, 2008 in the pandemic. Yeah, oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, if anything, it kind of seems like what's that dip? Well, it's COVID and the 2008 financial crisis. And it seems like the pattern here is the wealthy have just been acting more and more like dragons. Look at M1 velocities as opposed to M2. Okay. So this is the relatively high velocity money then, M2? Okay. You're not going to believe what the M1 graph looks like. Wow, this is... Holy shit. The y-axis of this goes from 1 to 11. Okay, I think we found the data that I was looking for. Oh my god. This is why I keep bringing up quantitative easing as the big issue we're dealing with. When interest rates are basically nothing, the rich have no incentive to grow anything since they can just borrow money and that borrowing costs nothing and you don't have to pay taxes on the borrowed cash. It's what built the fracking industry and the tech sector as we know it. the financiers are going to destroy the fucking country again for like the fifth or something time. COVID really was the great redistribution of wealth. No, that's not what this is. This describes the velocity of money. Basically, like how much M1 money gets moved around. And the lesson here is that at first, after the 2008 financial crisis, but especially after COVID, the wealthy have just been sitting on money. They no longer move it around. They're no longer willing to make investments or exchange it or move it around from place to place or do anything that enriches anyone. They just sit on it with the safest possible deals, you know? It stops getting put back into the economy. What's an M1 money? I think this refers to like relatively liquid forms of wealth. Quarterly average of M1 money stock. Oh dear. Okay. M1 consists of currency outside the U.S. Treasury, Federal Reserve banks, and the vaults of depository institutions, demand deposit commercial banks, less cash items in the process of collection in the Federal Reserve float, and other checkable deposits consisting of negotiable order of withdrawal or now, beginning May 21, currency outside U.S. Treasury, depository institutions, deposits, So yeah, this is accounts at depository institutions, shared draft accounts. This is basically just liquid currency. And then they change the definition, but in a way that I'm not educated enough on the subject to describe. And this is just the total amount of money being held in a more or less liquid form. Does this relate to index funds at all? No, it wouldn't, right? Okay, sorry. They changed it so M1 includes savings. So basically what this is saying is that after COVID especially, everyone was just like, fuck it. We're not doing the market. We're going to sit on cash and never move it. Like you have a slow increase and an increase in the increase over like after 2008. But this right here is just, we are going to sit on the dragon hoard, right? No M1 is cash. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like liquid currency, like cash. Yeah, $20 trillion just sitting, doing nothing. And then this is the velocity of that wealth relative to how much there is of it, like weighed against the GDP. The ratio of quarterly nominal GDP to the quarterly average of M1 money stock. So what this describes is the relationship between how high the GDP is and how much people are just sitting on giant piles of cash. Why would the rich do that? Because they can borrow against it. They don't have to spend that money. When you're that wealthy, you just leverage your existing wealth to borrow new wealth, which you don't have to pay the taxes on. You get it. You just use the existing money to make more money. You don't have to risk it by investing it anywhere. You don't have to take risks. That's why wealthy people don't stop being wealthy anymore. All the wealthy people just keep being wealthy forever, basically. I think it jumped that drastically because savings accounts were added to the M1 definition, which is money that people save. I mean, would it not make sense to add it to the definition? Doesn't that work? I'm just saying that's why there's a vertical line. I guess the unfortunate thing about the change in definition is that it's difficult to know how much using the current definition would have changed this earlier graph. I guess you could find, you could look up like how much money existed in saving deposits over time and try to like stitch together the data. Historically, M2 includes the savings accounts. And the M2 chart still looks like this. Look at M0, it was not changed. M0? How many M's are there? My God. Apparently not that many. Can I get the M2SL? Yes. Okay. So this just describes... Okay. No, it says M2 also had its definition changed in 2020, though in this case, there wasn't as much of a bump. Okay, let's just look at M2, because M1 looks like it's a lot more susceptible to the definition change in May 2020. May 2 consists of M1 plus savings deposits, small denomination time deposits, less individual retirement IRAs, depository institutions, MMFs, less IRA, and then in 2020, some adjustment. I don't know, my eyes are blurring, which didn't have too much of an effect. The change is still pretty evident. M3 includes shit like derivatives. Oh, don't get me started on the derivatives. Has this been of interest to anyone? I've found this enormously interesting as somebody who is, and I've always admitted this, by the way, not an econ head. Am I incorrect in looking at this and feeling like it's quite spooky? I mean, I feel like my assessment of this is accurate, even if my understanding of the underlying data isn't perfect. I feel like looking at this and like gesturing my arms, like flailing them around is appropriate given the information. It'd be more interesting if I understood better. I think at the end of the day, the reason our country is rapidly increasing its deficit and interest payments is because we don't raise enough money via taxes. We don't raise enough money via taxes for two reasons. One, we've lowered the tax rate on like everyone, right? And for two, and this is the big spooky scary one, it seems like the wealthy are more and more holding their wealth in ways that taxes don't reach. You know? Because we don't tax people for their wealth. We tax people for their income. We tax people at points of sale and exchange, you know? So it seems like, and that's what we're looking at when we see charts like this. We're seeing, oh no, this is the interest payments. When we look at charts like this, what we're seeing is like more of the just raw wealth, not GDP or anything, but literally like the cash money, dollar, that you could, if you wanted to, like exchange and get in person and stack up a giant cube of it like that. The more and more of that isn't circulating. It's just being held by the wealthy so they can leverage borrowing against it, which is not a form of raising wealth that taxes get at. In order to do that, you'd need to have like a wealth tax, which again, we really, really need. Because you can ratio our tax revenue up against the GDP, but the GDP isn't reflecting the total amount of money that's being hoarded in Dragon Vaults, you know? Does that make sense? That's my understanding of what I'm looking at. We're dealing with a situation where we at both ends, or at all three ends, we're spending too much on stuff like the military, and through Medicare and Medicaid we pay out too much to healthcare companies and stuff, and we're not raising enough taxes because we aren't like taxing people enough. And then at the other end, not enough money is moving through the economy because it's being pulled out of the economy and safely held in like dragon vaults, where they just use their existing wealth to leverage new debt without having to pay taxes on the actual like bulk of wealth. Whereas if they were making new investments, they would have to pay capital gains tax or income tax. Do I have that correct? There's actually a debate among economists whether or not we should tax people's incomes or people's wealth, because having government revenue dependent upon income is counterintuitive, because you would lower government revenue when the economy got bad. Then you have to add in the impact of deficit spending in a floating fiat currency. Now everyone's brain is soup. I mean, I agree that that sounds difficult and complicated, but it feels like we're kind of looking at an economic apocalypse right now. Again, I defer us back to the amount we're spending on interest every year, where in 2020, the total interest paid was $352 billion. And in 2024, 4 years later, that number more than doubled. Like, how do you think this is going to look in 5 years? Then it's going to be up here, man. We're going to end up spending like half of our tax revenue every, like, and the more the interests go up, the more the deficit goes up, because we have to borrow more to pay the deficit. And the budget that Trump has proposed makes it even worse. Meanwhile, I mean, the total amount of wealth that's just sitting in those dragon vaults, what was it? Like 20 fucking trillion or something? Yeah, in billions. This is 21.5 trillion dollars just sitting. Only a few decades ago, it was like not even close to that, but like it's enough. You could literally, you tax it, and then the government spends it, and then the money reflows through the economy and enriches everyone, and then it gets taxed again, and you get to keep doing good things forever. Is America's economy collapsing not a good thing in an accelerationist perspective? I have a feeling that what's happening in America right now is also happening in every country on earth, just maybe a little bit less or maybe more pronounced. I have a feeling, looking at these numbers, that this is a global problem, and that it's not just us. It's like the world doesn't have a response to this. Wait, monetary base total? Okay, wait, hold on 1 second. Am I tripping? Monetary base equals currency in circulation plus reserve balances. In circulation. And right now it's a little under 6 trillion. So am I misreading the numbers, or am I correct in looking at this and assuming then that like a quarter of the total amount of money in the country is circulating? Like, if the M2 number is up here at 21 trillion and the monetary base is around 5 or 6 trillion, like 3/4 of the money in the country is just flat out sitting, like just locked away. That's not even talking about like the Cayman Islands or offshore accounts or whatever, just genuinely like being held in vaults where no one can touch it and it benefits nobody. Correct? That's cool. It is a little bit affirming to have a visual representation of something that I've been saying for a while, which is the reason it seems like everything is getting more expensive and nobody can afford everything, or nobody can afford anything despite the world having so much wealth and efficiency in it, is the fact that there's the real economy where money circulates and the fake economy where it doesn't. and that the fake economy has gotten way the fuck too big. You have an actual economy where you like buy groceries and the groceries pay for wages and the people with their wages spend it and stuff like that, you know? And then you have a fake economy, which is just like numbers and money. M0 is the money in circulation plus the reserve. Can you link me the M0 again? I don't know. I'll try to look into this more. Sorry, I know this was like really rambling. I also know for a fact that my understanding of this is like pretty limited. So if I like spent more time reading up on it, I could make a better point, but I feel like if you're watching this right now, you probably agree at least with like the bulk of the idea. We have to move on. Oh no, the Pope isn't acting woke. Come on, don't give me this every goddamn time. Pope Leo says family is based on union between a man and a woman. Yeah, he's the Pope. It's literally like doctrine. It's literally written in the text. What do you're not going to get a different answer on that. If he said anything else, every Catholic majority city in the world would be fucking burnt to ashes within 24 hours. Okay. This is actually like big news. I should probably stop putting it off. Probably should have given it to my editors a little while ago. So, again, the Republicans passed a budgetary framework. You know what they want. They want more military spending. They want less spending on Medicaid. You get it. You understand the classics, you know. You know the game. Trump proposed a bill. It's went to committee. The budgetary committee actually didn't put it forward. The Republicans in the budgetary committee rejected it. Not all, but enough. In a massive setback, House Republicans failed Friday to push their big package of tax breaks and spending cuts. And this is a separate segment, so I know that if people are watching this on YouTube, they're not going to get like the full contextual, like the relationship between this segment and the previous one. But can everyone just take a moment to reflect on package of tax breaks and spending cuts in relation to the economic... It's a reflection to what we've been talking about for an hour. Through the Budget Committee, as a handful of conservatives joined all Democrats in a stunning vote against it. The hard-right lawmakers are insisting on steeper spending cuts to Medicaid and the Biden-era green energy tax breaks, among other things, before they will give their support to President Donald Trump's beautiful bill. So their problem is that this is it contributes too much to the deficit. The solution, more poor people must die of preventable healthcare issues. They warn the tax cuts alone would pile on to the nation's $36 trillion debt. The failed vote, 16 to 21, stalls for now. 16 to 21, by the way. Mike Johnson's push to have the package approved next week, but the holdout lawmakers vowed to stay all weekend to negotiate changes as the Republican president is returning to Washington from the Middle East. How many of the 21 are Dems? Well, every Dem voted against it. What's the composition of the budget committee? 16 to 21, 37. Isn't it like 18 Democrats or something? Where there were only 37 people for the vote? It's the budget committee. It's not a House floor vote. tallying a whopping 1,116 pages. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act, named with a nod to Trump, is teetering at a critical moment. It might actually not go through, genuinely, just because of how much it contributes to the deficit. Trump's unhappy with the fact that it didn't make it through committee. Which were the Republicans that voted against it? Oh, Roy and Reps Ralph Norman of South Carolina, Josh Brecheen of Oklahoma, Andrew Clyde of Georgia, and then one, Lloyd Smucker of Pennsylvania, switched his vote to no. Well, that's nice. Give me the Fox News video. I want to see how they're framing this. They're going to be mad as hell, I imagine. This budget would add $5 trillion to the national debt directly by reducing our revenue over the next decade. Some have estimated up to $20 trillion when you account for the knock-on effects of cuts to services. Yeah, it's pretty much the end of the country. And the crazy thing is, too, is that Democrats can't fix it. We remember, like I've said a million times, like fascism or socialism, we actually are reaching a point, just from like a raw financial perspective, where you need like a borderline revolutionary approach towards taxation and wealth redistribution, or the country will simply not function. Like no amount of competent neoliberal governance. Normally, I say that about like social problems. Like, okay, neoliberals can't address the, income inequality. We're not talking about income inequality, okay? We're talking about, I don't know, liquidity. We're talking about the velocity of money. We're talking about stuff that normally capitalists don't like to directly touch because investors get spooked when you do. You know? Why did I think that Fox News would talk about this massive budget failure in the committee? Why would I assume they'd talk about that? I'm an idiot. Of course they wouldn't. Classic mistake.
Move now over to D.C. because the House Budget Committee failed to advance the GOP's reconciliation plan, also known as the One Big Beautiful Bill. So the House budget has failed. They are taking reaction right now. One of those no's was from Republican Ralph Norman out of York County. As we wait for his reaction, let's go ahead and listen in here on Live Impact News on WCNC+.
Of course, we've been working closely with the White House and with the president to advance this. I didn't see that specific tweet that you talked about, but I'm proud of the work that we did here. This is a great bill, and it's going to advance the president's agenda as well as the mandate that the American people gave to us in November. And so we will get there. I'm quite confident that we're going to get this done. We'll vote this out of budget, ideally on Monday.
Right.
I have to now admonish my colleagues on this side of the aisle. This bill falls profoundly short. It does not do what we say it does with respect to deficits. The fact of the matter is, on the spending, what we're dealing with here on tax cuts and spending, a massive front-loaded deficit increase. We are writing checks we cannot cash, and our children are going to pay the price. So I am a no on this bill unless serious reforms are made today, tomorrow, Sunday. We're having conversations as we speak, but something needs to change, or you're not going to get my support.
He's not wrong. His prescriptions on the matter broadly are definitely not correct, but, Is the blocking of the bill good for us? Well, yeah, it's the Republicans, it's Trump's budget bill. It's ruinous. Not even for the reasons that we've looked at over the past hour, where it seems like our country is doomed to collapse no matter what, ? But, like, broadly, it's just very, very bad, Yeah, celebrate any infighting you can. Oh, hey, I've seen this guy.
Breaking news, President Trump's legislative agenda, what he calls his One Big Beautiful Bill, just failed to make it out of a key committee. 5 Republicans jumped ship and joined Democrats to vote down the bill. Our smart reporters are here, including and especially our all-star Capitol Hill reporter, Lauren Fox. Lauren, I want to bring you in, but I first want to play a soundbite from Chip Roy, Republican of Texas, who has been kind of leading the charge on concerns about his fellow Republicans.
A massive front-loaded deficit increase. And if we would reform
I want to see
Medicaid,
him talk.
we could actually get to the core of the problem. But we refuse to do it. And I'm not going to sit here and say that everything is hunky-dory when this...
Yeah, just give me him. I don't fucking fuck CNN. Give me this guy. Give me Chip Roy.
Now yield 3 minutes to my friend and fellow Texan who's done a fantastic job, played a key role in fashioning the initial framework we call the budget resolution. And I want to thank him for his service and his friendship. Mr. Chip Roy, 3 minutes.
I appreciate my friend from Texas, the chairman, and, you know, there my Democratic colleagues go again, telling things that are not true. The vast majority of Americans will get tax benefits under this bill. It's just simply false to say that that's not true. Hardworking Americans who will benefit from the standard deduction increase. Hardworking Americans that will benefit from child tax credits and lower tax rates. Stop saying things that aren't true. Those things are true. The fact is we have money in here for border to undo the damage of Joe Biden. We have more money in here for the defense to undo the damage of Joe Biden. But we also address Medicaid, and Medicaid spending goes up. Stop lying. Medicaid spending goes up. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are profoundly unserious when it comes to being real about what's happening with the numbers. I applaud Chairman Arrington. I applaud my colleagues on this side of the aisle for taking a step...
Oh, fuck this guy? Well, yeah, he's a Republican. They literally said right-wing hardliner.
...forward in dealing with the spending problem in this town. But I have to now admonish my colleagues on this side of the aisle. This bill falls profoundly short. It does not do what we say it does with respect to deficits. The fact of the matter is, on the spending, what we're dealing with here on tax cuts and spending, a massive front-loaded deficit increase. That's
honestly, my impression, based on the way he talks, is that his real issue is that it's front-loaded. Like, he's basically saying, listen, the debt's going to go massively up while I'm still in office, okay? Don't you think it would be better if we structured it so that the debt went way up when I'm not in office?
Truth. That's the truth. Deficits will go up in the first half of the 10-year budget window, and we all know it's true.
See?
And we shouldn't do that.
See, why is he concerned about, like, what time frame the debt goes up? Surely it going up later, I mean, if it goes up, you know?
We shouldn't say that we're doing something we're not doing. The fact of the matter is, this bill has backloaded savings and has front-loaded spending. Nowhere near the Senate budget top line, by the way.
Yeah, this 100%, that's his problem. He's like, we need to structure this more intelligently, you know? We need benefits now and detriments later, rather than detriments now and benefits later. You know, we need to be more politically efficacious here.
Budget top line of $6.5 trillion, which, by the way, is what we were pre-COVID, inflation adjusted on interest, on Medicaid, on Medicare and Social Security. And if we would reform Medicaid, we could actually get to the core of the problem. But we refuse to do it. And I'm not going to sit here and say that everything is hunky-dory when this is the budget committee. This is the budget committee. We are supposed to do something to actually result in balanced budgets. But we're
out of curiosity, just like after the bit we talked about, and I really do want your guys' opinions on this. Is there any solution at all to the debt and interest crisis that we're experiencing that that wouldn't require basically revolutionary change? Like, is there any kind of tweedly little finicky neoliberal bullshit numbers game they could play to put it off? Or because it kind of seems like it's reaching a breaking point. Japan did it. I think somebody linked that earlier, a talk from a Japanese economist talking about what they did. I'd be interested in hearing about it.
We're not doing it. Look at what happens under deficits. By the way, this chart includes growth. This chart demonstrates economic growth. And right here, what do you see? Baseline, and the orange columns are the deficits under the House budget, assuming growth. Only in Washington are we expected to bet on the come that in 5 years, then everything will work. Then we will solve the problem. We have got to change the direction of this town. And to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, yes, that means touching Medicaid. It went from $400 billion in 2019 to $600 billion this year. It'll be over $1 trillion in the 2030s. We are making promises that we cannot keep.
Do you think we should be able to, like, I don't know, negotiate lower payments from people who take advantage of Medicaid? Vosh, you increase taxation. It's literally that simple. Yeah, but like at this point, we would have to increase taxation enormously just to be solvent, just to not accrue additional debt. You know? Like a massive increase to our, because we're like what, 2 trillion in the deficit?
We do need to reform it. We need to stop giving 7 times as much money to the able-bodied over the vulnerable. Why are we sticking it to the vulnerable population, the disabled and the sick, to give money to single able-bodied male adults? We shouldn't do that. We should reform it. But guess what? That message needs to be delivered to my colleagues on this side of the aisle too.
The messaging from Republicans on gutting Medicaid is that actually the program wasn't intended to be used by like the, you know, needy male able-bodied so and so. They're doing a means testing thing basically. They're like, yeah, they're like sweaty gamers benefiting from Medicaid. That's not what it's for.
We're writing checks we cannot cash, and our children are going to pay the price. So I am a no on this bill unless serious reforms are made today, tomorrow, Sunday. We're having conversations as we speak, but something needs to change or you're not going to get my support. I yield back.
I don't know if they're going to be able to pass this, to be honest with you. Why does the debt of a country matter again? Because you pay interest. What happens if the bill just isn't passed at all? I mean, somebody has to pass some kind of budget bill. What happens if nobody passes a budget bill? Honestly, I have no idea. They got to pass one. Dude, we have done so many segments today. I'm the most productive little YouTuber there ever was. I think I have to cut it here, though, man. I'm 22 over, and I was planning on reading donos before going. I'm not going to be here during the weekend. I have a little day trip that I'm doing. So I wanted to front log, you know, some stuff for the editors. Android, and Comrade Caspi, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. Brian's Cool 31, thank you likewise. Baltax, very fair. Scarcrow, thank you for the tier 1 sub. My housemate's kitty and a record of our chance encounter at ECCC. I'm the gross one. Ooh, handsome. So you're this one? Caught my ass. Love ECCC. Faye Hollow, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Sam Fan 155, thank you for the 15 bucks. 8647, but then the self-complained experts over at Twitter would be okay if it was directed at 46. Yeah. Hypocrisy, fascists are hypocritical, so on and so forth. So on and so forth. Many such cases, etc., etc. Do you want some sources for reading on this debt to GDP stuff? No, because I don't think debt to GDP is actually the issue. I think it's about total amount of money in the economy relative to the GDP. It's about like how much money is just being sat on. It's about the velocity of money. Because of money, if there's no velocity to the money, it can't be taxed. You know? That's my issue. That's my feel, at least. Allo_00. Thank you for the very kind tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Longtime viewer. Now that I felt it's my turn to contribute to this glorious project, genuinely though, you do awesome work. Thanks from Australia. Hey, thank you. And congratulations on your recent overwhelming labor win. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that. Vosh, if the economy and tax base is growing, then debt is much less of a problem. No, again, we're talking about the velocity of the money, not just the debt. Also, like, if the economy is growing, come on. It's the United States of America. We're trillions of dollars underwater. Like, it's not, we're not getting out of this by just growing the economy, you know? Like, it's a problem. GDP is literally a measure of the velocity of money. Yeah, but not as a relative to, or like a ratio to how much money there is. Like, GDP tells you how much money is moving around, but not how much money is moving around relative to how much money there is altogether being siphoned out of the economy. Because that tells you how much you're being screwed, right? That tells you how much the dragons are just, you know, piling it. Joke Pages, thank you for the $10. Would you be mad if I watched your video at 1.25 speed? But would it make you feel better that I watched Sam Cedar at 1.5 speed? That does make me feel better. I do feel I talk faster than him, but maybe I don't. Maybe that's just because I'm the one talking when I talk. I think we're getting wires crossed here. You're right, but that's nothing to do with the national debt. Well, it represents the potential for a much greater base of taxation. Like, if we have a large GDP and we could potentially have a much larger one, because so much money there's no velocity to it, right? It's just sitting in accounts or whatever. Potentially the tax base could be much, 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 much higher based on the existing wealth. Like, the only thing you would have to do is ensure through policy that the very wealthy are moving their money around. SamFan155, thank you for the very kind $10. Twitter soy whiners these days don't need helium hissing because I can already imagine their incredibly high-pitched voice whenever I read their crap. You got to tweet this. You have to direct the anger. Thank you. Salad Balls, the $5. Got a shirt from Cass Atlantic paired with my Levi's 559s. Looking good. Looking very, very good. God damn. That is a solid fabric pairing right there. Show. As a rule, I don't show when people send me selfies. So I guess I showed the one from ECCC, but that's because I was in it. You know, it leads to bad incentives. The fit pics, you know. Anyway, it's very good, Salad Balls. Knotted Alpaca, thank you for the very kind $5. A YouTube clip. Hitman 3 clip. Nope. Nice try. Kowalski, thanks the $5. Glazing me for my my economic intuition. We need higher tax on the rich and a global debt jubilee. It's like the only way out. I don't think we're going to do it. Sure, but GDP is a measure of all the dollars you could theoretically tax. No, that's not true. That's what we were talking about, right? Yeet yeet. The GDP is about the total value of goods and services over the course of a year, you know? It's about money moving around. But there's a lot of money that just doesn't move around, you know? GDP doesn't represent how much money there is in the country. It represents how much economic activity there is in a country. But what if all of that economic activity was being conducted with about $5 trillion of wealth that just circulates around, getting bought and sold and so on, whereas there's an extra $20 trillion of wealth that's just being hoarded in a vault that is not moving at all. It's being kept idle. And the people who own it are borrowing, using it, leveraging it to borrow more and sitting on the money they make from that. You know, like you're getting money siphoned out of the economy. The GDP is actually, if anything, too low. Like, it could be significantly larger. Japan has debt at 230% of the GDP right now somehow. Yeah, but again, I'm not talking about debt to GDP. I'm talking about how much of the money that is in your country is circulating. Like how much of it is actually being used. And it seems like, just based on what we were looking at, a significant majority of the total amount of money in the United States is just sitting, which means it can't be taxed. Yeah, that's a different thing. It's called money supply. Yeah, Yeeted, I know. We looked at it. We were there. There was a segment. It was like an hour long. Yeah, exactly, Kowalski. I think this is the main reason why the economy felt better back in the 1950s, for a lot of people at least, you know, relative to how it feels today, where people, even though they have more money and more purchasing power, people feel deprived now. And I think the reason why is because back then, way more money had velocity, right? Like the wealthy people back in the 50s were not that wealthy, not relative to today. The money would get, you know, spent and used, paid out in paychecks and so on. It would move around. So there was a lot of, you know, velocity. That's why Black Wall Street worked until it, you know, got burned. Smelanie, thank you for the $5. Last week, I graduated college with a bachelor's in law with minors in psychology and biology. I'm working my certificate in paralegal studies. Let's go. Hey, hopefully law still exists by the time you get your degree. Congratulations. TwizNZ, thanks to the 5. Only getting notifications for your vids now. YouTube has stopped giving them for your streams despite previously being 100% consistent. Yeah, YouTube does that sometimes. You know? It's not necessarily a targeted thing. It's just a matter of like the algorithm, you know, yeah, per user, sometimes it shifts around what you're getting recommended in an effort to increase your watch minutes or whatever. It's dumb, but it's not something I'm too alarmed about. Read The Cantillon Effect explains the role monetary policy plays in this. This is what you linked me. By the way, chat, when somebody ats me and they're like, dude, just quickly read this thing, this is the link that I was sent. This is where it put me at. I'm reading donos, man. Unironically, this is why Japan's economy hits as high as it does. All those little shops across Tokyo are better for Tokyo than 50 Walmarts. Yep. Even though the Walmarts would be more efficient, there'd be less money exchanging hands. Yep. The pursuit of efficiency ended up fucking dooming us all. It's way better for the economy to have just a bunch of like small, cute shops that you go to. Little inefficiencies, money, small businessmen, they pay their wages, so on and so forth. Yeah, it's better societally as well. But even in like financial policy, there's a lot of velocity to the money. You could spend $1 and that dollar could get used like the next day by the shop owner. Whereas when you spend something at Walmart, where does the money go? That shit goes to the Dragon Horde, man. Like when you buy something at Walmart, that shit is not getting reused the next day. You know? Doublethink 101, thank you for the incredibly kind $20. Thanks for all you do. I spent 15 plus years on Reddit and socialist subs and learned more in one watching you. Ow. Haven't been smugly told to read theory once. Yeah, we don't do that here. We know that real theory is playing Disco Elysium. Yeah, unfortunately, I think that Reddit does kind of put a bad foot forward for a lot of left-leaning people, you know. All the lefty subs on Reddit are controlled by the same group of power mods, and they're all very, very poorly socially acclimated, would be the diplomatic way of phrasing it. John, thank you for the $5. Thank you for covering the NYC mayoral election. Could mention Putin is arrestable. Yeah, might have. Probably should have mentioned Putin as well. Tajirai, thank you for the very kind $10. I get the urgent need to stop Mamdani, for if he gives NYC that level of social infrastructure, it would improve people's lives to the point they wouldn't blame poor people for their problems anymore. I mean, there is a reason why, like, if the powers that be thought that people like Mamdani were going to fail and run the city poorly, they would let them win to prove that socialism doesn't work. The reason they don't want people like Mamdani to win, or Bernie Sanders or whoever else, is because their ideas would work and nobody would ever want to go back. Victorious Gardensaurus, thank you for the $5. You're attempting to use logic where only evil's involved. Yeah. That's how it is. Stephanie V, thank you for the $5. Yeah, we saw another SCOTUS win. Still alive, thank you for the $10. I may have missed your commentary on it, but does the SCOTUS ruling today make you less worried they will rule against nationwide injunctions? You did miss my commentary on it, because I said that specifically. It does make me feel a bit more hopeful, yeah. It seems unlikely that enough conservatives in the court would side against the concept of nationwide injunctions when they are essentially enabling that in all of their preceding rulings, right? Like, I'm feeling a little bit better, but we're still kind of like dancing on a razor's edge here, right? It's still pretty goddamn scary. Oh, more donos, more donos. Good Faith Goblin, thanks the gifted tier 1 sub. Kane 111, thank you for the $5. Sad news, the universe will end in 10 to the 78th power years from now. I won't be around. Not at Alpaca, thanks the $5. Fine then, the joke in the rap that I linked was one that said 47 better low or he might get 86, so I found it a funny thing to come back 4 years later. From the Stupendium? Oh, but 4 years ago, so it wasn't about the president. Okay. I know that channel. Taiga with the $12. Thank you. As a political icon, are you worried at all about being targeted by 3-letter agencies? Maybe detained like Hassan? Yeah, man. Fucking IRS? Jesus Christ. Hopefully, hopefully they never catch on to the fact that, legally speaking, just because I wear my clothes on stream doesn't mean they're, business deductibles. Eesh. Oh yeah, DEI. DEI is gonna come after me. Because I'm not woke enough. It's okay, the IRS doesn't have funding anymore. Thank God. I don't know how to feel, man. I don't know how to feel after that econ stuff. I guess that, like, I've always had a sort of an apocalyptic tone to my coverage of some stuff because I always felt like, you know, it's always been big stakes. It's been a big stakes subject, right? Like, we're talking about the future of nations here. We're living in momentous times. I don't know. It kind of feels like nobody is going to be able to fix that. Like, the current fascist bubble up might be just a little warm up before the real issue, which is the U.S. economy collapsing. Like, I don't know. I got to read more about that because it kind of feels like it's unsolvable without taking like radical steps that no one is willing to do because it would require more market. It wouldn't just, that's the thing. It wouldn't just require market interference. It would require interference in the actual holdings of the wealthy. And those are two different things. It's one thing to say, okay, we're going to have some rules on the stock market. You know, SEC is going to put their foot down, whatever. It's another thing entirely for them to go, hold on, way the fuck too much money is being held by the wealthy. Like, literally, we just need to redistribute it. It has to be seized. A mass seizure of wealth from the ultra wealthy would be, to say it would be socially disruptive would be an understatement. I don't think anyone would be willing to do that. You know? Like, it would be, we're essentially talking about like a like borderline Soviet style like government crackdown, which I don't think anyone is willing to facilitate. And historically, I don't think they tend to work that well. I mean, and it's also never been done with this much wealth. Like when that was being done in the Soviet Union and in other like Soviet aligned countries, it was like, oh, we'll take this oil company, you know, oh, we'll take this this property or whatever. But now it's like, no, we're going to seize this abstract hoard of largely digital wealth worth several times more than the total value of all the currency flowing around in the economy. That is, I don't even know if it could be done. I don't really know how you would do that. I don't know. And the entire point, ain't that the entire point of our movement? Well, yes, to an extent, but it's more about how severely it would have to be done and the immediacy with which it would have to be done. It's also really abstract. A lot of people just don't understand what any of this means, including me, I guess. So it wouldn't be as like immediate or obvious as like, well, we're reclaiming property for the working class. It would have to be like the total amount of money in the economy is too low relative to what's been printed. Too much of it is being hoarded. So it needs to be moved back into it. And yeah, it would I need to think more about this. I'm gonna try to this is one of those subjects that's gonna be haunting me a little bit after the stream ends. I'll try to find like some trustworthy sources or an economist talking about it maybe, you know? Yeah, but I'm not talking about money supply. I'm talking about total money. Yeet deet eat. Or I'm not talking about the amount of money moving around. I'm talking about the amount of money that isn't. Total value of assets. I mean, from what we looked at like the amount of money moving around, and we looked at the M2 or whatever, and it looks like there are several times more money, like liquid money, not just the value of assets, but liquid money that's just sitting in boxes rather than moving around. Do you think unlearning economics would be willing to come on? Well, maybe, but is it his field? I know not like economics is a huge field, like sociology is a huge field. Not everyone in one discipline of the subject knows everything about the broader subject. I respect him quite a bit. I just finished listening to his video on Freakonomics, which I enjoyed very much. I don't know if that's necessarily like his field. Term for money circulating in an economy. I need to memorize these terms. The money supply is the total amount of money in circulation. Okay, but what is the money supply? Okay, hold on. Money supply in United States. What's that number again? Didn't it say it was like 6 trillion? No, it's saying the money supply via M2 is around 21 trillion. Okay, one last thing. What was the term that we used to look at the graph where the number was around 5 or 6 trillion? It was the number that was described the amount of money that was that had velocity, that was actually moving around. M1? I don't think that's true. Was it the M1SL? I don't think it was the M1SL. The M1SL literally includes savings accounts. I'm talking about money that would be included in the GDP. Money's not included in the GDP if it's just doing nothing. M1 is cash, M2 plus are more and more fixed. Yeah, but like money that is moving around, not including like accounts if it just sits there all year. Money supply is M4. Isn't that what we're looking at anyway? The monetary base. Is that what we're talking about? Okay, this looks like it's the number that I remember. The monetary base equals currency in circulation plus reserve balances. Okay, what does it mean? What does it mean by okay. Definition of monetary base. Total amount of money created by the central bank, specifically the currency in circulation and bank reserves held at the central bank. It represents the foundation upon which it brought. Okay, if the monetary base is the total amount of money created by a central bank, how can the money supply be higher than it? What's being included in M1 in cash? What's in M1 that isn't included in the monetary base? M0 is the monetary base? Banks make up money through loans, I think. Okay. So the jump from the monetary... So the monetary base is literally in circulation currency. And things like M1, M2, and etc. account for additional fake money that's created by banks, which everyone's just like trading and loaning on. Is that correct? Okay. Is there a measurement of the... Okay, for one, really, really strange how the monetary base over the course of 15 years jumped up this much. Like, is this because of quantitative easing? The Fed printing more money to buy more treasury bonds? Is this why it went up like this? Yes, it's the effect of quantitative easing. Okay. And the reason they did this was to stimulate the economy, because by printing more money and buying more of their own debt. Wait, how does this fix anything? What does quantitative easing do? It doesn't? Well, they had to do it for a reason. Central bank purchases predetermined amounts of government bonds or other financial assets in order to stimulate economic activity, a novel form of monetary policy that came into wide application following the 2008 financial crisis. It's used to mitigate a recession when inflation is very low or negative, making standard monetary policy ineffective. So it's supposed to ward off stagflation. But what does it do? The government has to continue to spend when the private sector isn't. But they're spending it on themselves. How is the money circulating? What is it doing? QE encourages banks to lend to regular people by letting them borrow from the Fed at functionally negative interest. Okay. How does this allow them to borrow from the Fed at virtually negative interest? Okay, so it's a way of jabbing banks in the side and telling them, hey, like, be more free with your lending, allow the economy to continue. What? Guys, can I be real with you? I still don't understand why our entire economy relies on banks loaning. Can we just not do that? I understand why it works that way. Can't it be like Grug has rock, Grug exchanges rock for cookie? Go to rock bank where the rocks that exist are, but not other fake rocks that don't exist. Like, Quantitative easing allowed anyone with credit, i.e. the rich, to borrow. It's why quantitative... He sucked, allowed the rich to get richer. It's really complicated. Fuck, I have to learn this now. God damn it. Okay, wait, hold on. Does this mean that it's very possible that Barack Obama might actually unironically be the architect of America's demise, even more so than Reagan? Like, Reagan set up a bunch of bad fiscal policy, but is it possible that this ends up being like the like unironically, like this economic practice, it was like the ultimate super duper neoliberal kill shot? In terms of fiscal policy? Reagan was the one who made it so that Obama couldn't use the other option that wasn't quantitative easing. But what was the other option? The courts would have struck down any New Deal type policy. Okay, wait, what was he prevented from doing that would have been too radical and socialist? Direct government investment in the markets? Wait, to what extent is Keynesianism illegal? Isn't it disincentivized? Yeah, I guess I'm kind of curious about how exactly that's the case. Like, direct government jobs program would have been better than quantitative easing, but there were some rulings in the 30s from the Supreme Court that prevent the government from doing that. Well, FDR did. Well, I guess they were in response to FDR. Okay, I would need to learn more about this, I guess. Videos good in the top. Yeah, I'm adding these videos to the like watch list. Well, this one says the national debt is good, actually. I don't know if that's necessarily what we're talking about. The Fed can buy back the bonds and imprint them? Yeah, but like, with what money? With what money? The Fed prints the money? Yeah, but that's the problem. Okay. The US Fed owns 25% of Treasury bonds? Well, yeah, that's what we're looking at right now, right? Quantitative easing. Not quite. Them purchasing their own debt? Isn't that the... Isn't that what kind of what we're looking at, right? Like the monetary base goes up because they print money, and they print money because they were printing money to buy their own debt, and they were buying their own debt to drive down to stimulate the economy and drive down the interest rates from the Fed so that banks could continue to loan even though the economy was in the gutter? Or something type shit? We need to go back to being backed by gold. Would that help? would that help at all? I'll take anything, man. Because, yeah, if it's all backed by gold, you can't make fake gold. You just have the gold. You have like the monetary base remains more or less consistent apart from what you mine up, I guess. I just want to stress the rest of the developed world still does government investment in markets. The US is the only one who doesn't do that. That's part of the reason why Japan was able to turn things around. Fuck me, dude. I hate this fucking country so much. You have no idea. I'll try to learn more about it. Everyone in chat who knows more about this than me are liberals, and everyone in chat who knows less about it than me is a naive Twitter socialist who only knows bumper sticker slogans, okay? Third world country with a Gucci belt. I gotta learn about this, man. Just watch the damn Japanese man. I already clicked the link. You already linked it. I've already seen the link. I clicked it. I can only add to save the to watch later playlist so many times. Yeah, I've got shit to do as well. I gotta read these donos. Good Faith Goblin, thank you very much for the 2 tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. Knotted Alpaca, thanks the $5. You basically need to raid corpos and tax havens. I can't say the rest of your message. And Good Faith Goblin, thank you again for the gifted tier 1 sub. Here's some more pics of my cat. She loves the Magi emote. Meh. Cute baby. Meh, meh, meh. Ooh. It looks like they're taking a selfie here. See? Me. Silly baby. Blap. I fucking love cats, man. Still alive, thanks to 5. Naomi Klein's been talking about end times fascism. Perhaps this money hoarding issue is part of that. I think that the broader economic deprivation of the working class has definitely contributed to this feeling of an entitlement being robbed from you, and I think that's contributing a lot to it, you know? And call sign Rogue, thank you for the $10. Very kind of you. The problem with going back on the gold standard is that fiat currencies don't cap the size of your economy based on your gold reserves. Gold standard does. Yeah, I was kind of joking about the gold reserve thing. I guess it does kind of seem like we're seeing a lot of negative consequences from money being as fake as it is now. I don't really know. I don't know. It's so much larger than me. It's such a big issue. I don't really think the gold standard would help. It's more like the fact that there's so much not real money in the economy seems to be an issue. I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine for there to be basically an infinite amount of money that isn't part of the actual monetary base out there in the economy. It's totally fine. You just have to have sensible tax policy. Like maybe 100 years from now, it's like, oh, what was your tax bill? Yeah, 87 trillion. And then it's like, nice, only 87 trillion. That's like fucking 12% of your income. Let's go. Like, and it doesn't matter. Like, the numbers are arbitrary. Eventually, you just have to cap it off. People are going to use exponential notation to describe what their income is. I don't know. I gotta go, man. It's an hour over, and I got shit to do. I got shit to do, folks. I'm a very busy man, and by busy, I mean like sometimes I leave the house. Okay. I love you all very much. Please take care of yourselves. I'm not going to be back over the weekend, but I'm going to be back on Monday. Please take care. Drink some water and try to educate yourself a little bit on this, because I'll try to as well. It's interesting. If you find it interesting, try to learn about it, okay? I love you. Take care.